Hello everyone and welcome to my stream today. Sorry I'm running a minute late. I had to rush off. I did not have my trusty glass of orange juice yet. So, how's everyone doing? Not long now. Yeah, sorry. All right. Excited about this one, right? Like, we talk about the web, we talk about Solid, and I think there's a misunderstanding that a lot of like the benefits of the virtual DOM is the fact that, it runs anywhere like other things can't. And I think that's something that, I mean, I think it's kind of known that's been disproved, but what's interesting about Solid's model in general is that it's not even like we need a custom compiler for different platforms. Obviously, things that are web-like, any framework could say that, but in general, I think it's interesting that the patterns of reactivity have nothing to do with the side effects they produce, nothing to do with the DOM, nothing to do with even a DOM-like model. So that's why I'm going to spend the next couple of weeks here looking at this. This week, we're fortunate enough to talk about Tauri. Next week, I'll be talking about native script. So I was able to find people from both projects to come and talk about it. So I'm pretty stoked about that. Yeah. How's everyone doing? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You coming back from NextConf? Yeah. Hey. Yeah. I've heard great things. People keep on telling me that this is like a pairing made in, match made in heaven. Especially people keep on telling me that both on the desktop and on the mobile side. So I think it's good to actually highlight this because Solid's, memory profile, the way it executes. I mean, we'll learn more during the stream, I suppose. But I've heard, this is quite the thing. Who's Tory? That's a great question. All right. I should probably tell people that we're going to be up and live here on the stream in just a moment. I have to say, this is a moment ago. I installed Rust on my computer. I think for the first time. Right? We had Greg on here from Leptos, but he did all the hard work last time, so I never actually touched Rust. But this time, we're going to actually do some stuff locally, I think. Let's see here. Actually, I probably should tell people that we're live. All right. We'll get a few more people joining the stream on the Twitch. Get past those pre-rolls. What is it? Twitch TV dot God, I can't even remember my own URL. Is it Ryan Solid or Ryan Solid 9? I'm going to actually open up Twitch in another window, which I should do anyways, because people coming on Twitch actually do stuff like subscribe and participate in the stream in more meaningful ways. And I miss it from StreamYard. So, yeah. Let me get that going. Although I guess... Yeah, no, I'm also excited to have our guest on here. We met back in Brussels at a conference, and it was a lot of fun. So it's great to find the opportunity to catch up. I mean, as I said, I use these streams for multi-purpose. All right. I'm just catching here on the chat. I gotta get some people some time to actually join the stream here. What do we got? Yeah. When using Rust while on Sajid, it's interesting. That's interesting. I wonder what the interest is. All right. All right. Have I killed enough time yet? I'm just reading the chat. Electronia. I haven't honestly. I had some trouble with Electron early days because of build output differences and trying to wrestle with Webpack. I'm hoping this experience is a lot nicer. But all right, how we doing here? Just you got to give those people off Twitter like a moment to actually wake up. Get there on Twitch because the YouTube people are out, but the Twitch people are only slowly rolling in about now. All right. Cool. Yeah, I'm seeing them come in bit by bit. Those Twitter folk are slow. Yeah. It's all good. I don't know. I didn't catch much of NextConf yesterday. I grabbed some kind of announcement they had about server functions, but I have not actually seen most of the coverage. I dropped onto Theo's stream at 11 or noon, and then it was just like them talking for 2 hours. I thought they were going to cover some stuff, but it was just a lot of banter and putting on fake mustaches. And as you know, this is not the fake mustache stream. This is the fake sunglasses stream. So, they're too busy responding to SQL injection concerns. I don't know. I mean, we will talk about this because, as you know, Solid Start's had server functions for a couple of years now, and our approach to server functions is slightly different. But syntactically, we're getting kind of pushed into React's realm, and I think that's a topic to itself, and I'll talk about that. One of the most interesting things for me is trying to figure out how to make these things relatively secure and reasonable while still giving the power behind it. Because we all know we want these RPC calls in some form. So much so that I don't feel like it should be a feature that's restricted to things like server components. I think actually this should just be if you have a server, you can CSR your app and still use it. Why can't I just have a client rendered app like I did back in the day and have server functions? Why not? I think the possibilities here are really interesting when you approach it from a primitive standpoint. They covered the first few talks. Well. No, but if someone wants to send me that link, I would love to see it. Maybe talk about this week in JavaScript. Anyways, I am just killing time because I can, but I should actually just swap this up a bit, and we should actually get on with the show. So let me wait no longer and invite our guest Atila to the stream. Welcome. How are you doing?
Hello. Hi, everyone. So, yeah, before I introduce myself, and most of you don't know me, but yeah, I'm actually the guy that made the slide that got Ryan to wear these glasses on the stream. So that's it. Oh my God. Yeah, I just win my week now.
Yeah. No, it was funny. I still have. Is there a recording of that talk yet? I haven't actually seen the talk. I've only seen the slide.
There are a few recordings of the talk, but I think they haven't published yet. I know that Revel.js recorded, React Alicante recorded. So yeah, they're gonna be available soon. This slide's gonna be showing up again this Friday on CityJS Berlin. So be prepared for Twitter.
That's awesome.
But yeah, the point is with that slide was actually to give credit, because I remember when you started talking about signals and you were the only one, and then suddenly now every framework is using signals. So I think it was well deserved to make a joke about that.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I've been enjoying a little bit of the kind of energy that's come around that. I actually was on the Angular documentary this week. I was part of recording that. So just crazy when I started doing what I was doing. You wouldn't expect that some of the biggest existing frameworks would like change. Like I mean, honestly, if I thought they would change, I might have actually joined up and teamed up with them and just actually like just done that way. But like if you go back to like 7 years ago, the chances of this happening, I wouldn't take those Vegas odds. Like
Yeah. Yeah, I totally get that. But even with all the frameworks adopting it, I think it's pretty nice that they're also adopting with their own particular takes. And I do like a lot the SolidJS flavor, to be honest. It's not because I'm on your stream, because people, as Alex just pointed out, I've been playing around with Solid for a while in the chat. So I did like a few videos about with web workers and stuff like that. And I do like the model around it, how we play with signals in SolidJS. So yeah, I think it's nice.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I hope it's nice. I spend a decent amount of time on this kind of fundamental building block kind of approach, which I think is not as easy to get when you kind of add them retroactively. Like the truth of the matter is it's a migration. I think a lot of people when they look at this and go, this framework can do this or can't do this, I think that's too strict. What more realistically happens is they adopt, like any kind of software, they adopt something and then start changing the surface and then migrate the underpinnings after the fact. So like we're seeing that kind of happen. It's first you get signals, then people are using signals, then you get to throw away your VDOM or your top-down render, right? We're seeing that with Vue moving to Vue Vapor.
Yeah.
We see that with Svelte moving to Svelte 5. We can see that a little bit with Quick actually. They've found ways to get around their virtual DOM as well. So like, it kind of, this is just the beginning of this phase. And I guess Solid is already in a very good position just because of that's how it was built in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's actually more or less the gist of where my talk goes, because I actually start with, and there's a new article from you on dev.to about signals. I forgot the title now, I'm sorry, but where you point out that you learn a lot from React, and you picked a lot of React ideas when creating Solid. And that's actually exactly the point where I start. Like React had really good ideas, but then at some point we started challenging the VDOM. And then because of some, yes, exactly this one. So thinking locally with signals. And then I go from like the different spectrum of like the flavors of VDOM, and that's where I try to position the frameworks in this like linear graph where you pointed out that I mistakenly put Svelte in a place and Quick in front of it. So exactly. So
yeah, we
basically,
had some terrible drawing on stream about this, and it's not the problem is this is where they're hoping to be, I think, in the short term, but they're not even here today. This is like everybody in 6 months from now is this sort of.
yeah. So I'm not that familiar with runes, to be honest. So I didn't know they had any intention of going all the way. I know that a lot of frameworks, when you fall out of reactivity, they just re-render the whole thing. So that was my intention with the graph, in sort of try to exemplify that, and then point out to people that, if you're not ready to fully commit to fine-grained reactivity, you can have like different ends of the spectrum and play around with that. So
Right.
yeah,
I think that what's the thing that this graph or that these kind of things don't show is that the real power of fine-grained is the flexibility. It isn't that it's always best to be the finest grained. It's that once you have that as a variable, once you have that as a control, then you can choose to go wherever you want. Because like you can put a virtual DOM inside, fine-grained update if you wanted to. You can make it super coarse-grained if you want to. But once you have the change mechanism at your control, which is very different than saying having an existing external system, which has its level of how it does things, and then trying to drive it using reactivity, because you're still going to be bottlenecked by whatever that original system is. Theory. But yeah, no, I to be fair, this is very arbitrary. Like if I said it today, like Vue would have to get yanked back here somewhere, and then like, you know what I mean? Like this chart's just gonna. I think that you can see that there's this trend, right? Like,
Yeah.
and this is sort of a very interesting thing because I think a lot of people when they first saw Solid were like, oh, it's like React, but maybe a little bit nicer, and they missed the revolution, so to speak. Everyone's like, oh, I'm waiting for that thing that's 10x better, or changes things in a significant way, and it's like,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I can see it from like a DX standpoint. You come in, you might not like notice things right away, but there's enough here that all these guys around here are just like,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
yeah,
And that's also like a little bit of my demos as well, because with React Forget and auto memoization, this kind of stuff, it's not quite the same as not re-rendering, which is what a lot of people have resonated the most with my talk is about the DX, about like how the mental model kind of fits better when there are actually no re-renderings, and it kind of makes a little bit more sense, I guess, or it's easier to grasp at least. There's like, since we fully adopted Solid on CrabNebula, we're building a few products with that, and I've had a situation like where we were building a very data intensive app. It's just consuming a bunch of data from a stream, and at some point we needed to play around, and we needed to uh, put some data in the middle and stuff like that in an array, and we're using stores, and somebody just a colleague of mine that's more of a Rust developer than a front end said, "Oh, what about the re-renderings?" I said, "Dude, that's SolidJS. We don't need to worry about this. It's gonna work."
that's
And
that's
then yeah, I got it.
that's awesome. Someone's asking about Quick. Quick is this queue down here that you like probably barely see. I don't even know if this is like accurate because like it depends. Quick is like manic kind of. It goes from being where Vue is today to being like where Solid is, like depending on the situation. So it's hard to place it exactly in the grid. If your data that you update is in a text node or like on an attribute, it works almost identical to Solid. If it's structural, like for loops, conditionals, all that kind of stuff, it works like Vue. So it depends on where you do it. And actually, if you put the stuff right in the component body, it works almost like React. So Quick's a little bit hard to say where they fit exactly. Let's just say they average somewhere on this side. Anyway, sorry. But yes, sorry. I mean, I get distracted by chat sometimes. You gotta remind me not to get too much.
No, but that's good. That's good. And I also like, since we're talking about this, there's also I think a note to be made about your second graph where Vue is. I think it's representative of Vue 3, where majority of apps are Vue 2, right?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. No, that's true. And this is actually Vue Vapor. The one at the bottom here, the one I'm looking at, this view down here, that's actually Vue Vapor, which is not even released yet. Vue today is where the top graph is. Vue Vapor. I just don't know when they're going to come out. Svelte 5 Vue Vapor.
Yeah.
But so I was kind of putting there. If you want to be accurate of today, actually, move Quick back up here, and you're like basically it's true. No one else has people. Angular, I guess, is somewhere over here too. But I don't even know if Angular's granularity could be considered better than Vue's granularity today. So, or like finer than Vue. So like they're all kind of in the middle today. But after Svelte 5 and Vue Vapor, they're going to be basically sitting where Solid is. Anyways, yeah, it took me 10 minutes to make these icons. Yes, it literally did. I'm all right. But yeah, I mean, I think there's different kinds of things to measure and what the finest mean in different situations, and like you can also be fine grained and not like, which is good for a model, but then like have more expensive updates because of the way your model works. Like there's trade-offs, for example, with the way that Quick has to do reactivity because of the async graph and the resumability, which works really well in your favor on page load, but maybe not the JS framework benchmark. So, yeah, I went over that a bit at the end of last stream, where we're starting to see signal versions of libraries coming in the JS framework benchmark, and they're slower than the original library. And it's because of what I'm saying. Adding signals doesn't make your stuff faster all of a sudden. You actually have to change what you're doing to leverage what signals enable. So anyway, okay. That's good. You guys keep on distracting me. I mean, it's good. Keep on asking questions, but I actually want to hear about a bit more about the subject matter today. So let's I'll hide the graph. Maybe that'll discourage them for a moment. But like, what can we start by just you tell me a bit about like what is Tauri even? Like, what are we doing here today?
Yeah, awesome. So as I explained that, it would be awesome to hear in the chat if anybody in the chat is already familiar with Tauri, has built something with Tauri, just so we can balance the amount of like experience we have in the chat and then make sure everybody is addressed. So Tauri is a framework for building native applications or like with web technologies. Essentially, what this means is, yes, that's the page, and we are currently on version 1.5, I believe, where V2 is actually in alpha at the moment. I imagine it's gonna reach beta before the end of the year, which means that going beta, we do some security audits and then go release candidate and finally general availability. And V2 brings a bang because right now Tauri is used to build apps for Mac, Windows, and Linux. With V2, you get also Android and iOS. And the nice composition, and Tauri is actually two different components put together, Tau and Rai. So Tau is the window management system, which is responsible for the connection to the native system. That's the part that's built on Rust. It's essentially like, for the web developer analogy, that's the backend of our app. And Rai is the wrapper on the native web view. And it's important to distinguish that as a wrapper, because what happens is that Tauri is going to use the native web view in the system you're at, which is a different one for different systems. In this case, it's just which means that that's why Tauri bundles can be so small. We're not shipping the web view. We're not shipping anything else. Only your code and this fine layer. You have a question,
Yeah.
Ryan?
So it's just so I'm following here. So basically, your application does run in a web view, then
Yes.
so. I mean, I'm just gonna put this out there because I'm thinking like I've used some technologies only on mobile that ran in WebView. See, I've never used Electron really or any of this, so I don't know if this is how everybody runs. Is that generally the trick? Like, because like I remember what was it? Some Ionic based stuff back in the day. Not capacitor, the old one they used to use that started with a C, and I just
Cordova.
Cordova, and I just have this view of a web running stuff in a
Yeah.
web view and this like clunky layer. But all I've ever heard about Tori is how fast it is.
Yeah.
So what's different here? Just
So the difference is that with Electron, for example, you're shipping the whole, I think it's Chromium that they ship, and Node.js, which that's why even their Hello World app bundle is so big, and then or bigger. And then with Tauri, what you get is this very thin wrapper on the native web view, which means it's going to be instead of shipping Chromium to Windows, for example, or to Mac OS, you're going to be using WebKit or whatever the web view is supposed to be on that system. And and we're not shipping Node because we're using Rust in the backend, and that's what can make it so faster and makes it so lighter. So, and what runs in the web view in this case is the front end part, which that's the part where you can essentially bring whatever framework you want to. You can put SolidJS there, you can put vanilla HTML and CSS, you can put nothing at all. You can just create an app that's a system tray, and you don't even have a front end in this case.
right. So these scenarios are basically single page apps, right? In the web view, right? You don't server
Yeah,
render these. You
yeah,
render everything in the client, and they're just basically single page apps. Okay.
absolutely. And that's you're already like, and that's foreshadowing the next discussion we're about to have, which is um, with Vinci coming around and Solid Start coming around, that kind of enables you to build one app and ship it as a server-side rendered web app and ship it as a native app with a single code base. And starting from V2, I'm super excited because then you can even ship it to mobile. And I can't wait to test it. But that sounds very promising to me.
Right. Okay. I mean, directionally, yeah. This sounds very promising. It's funny because I'm not aware of these things when I'm trying to make these design decisions. I'm just a, what's the term? Sucker for punishment. I just really want to get, things as modular and like
Yeah,
not making decisions for people as much as I can. But it sounds like there's going to be some positive benefit to that.
yeah, and that's actually the to me when I was and the people that work with me when we were evaluating the framework we would use, and even like Fabian Lars in the chat. So I don't want to talk for Tauri itself because I'm not part of the working group. I just work a lot with Tauri, but it also made a difference because in terms of defining which framework would be the best fit, because the modular approach that SolidJS goes makes it easier for us to define, okay, this is how you do SSG, and it's best for you to have the first loading time, and you bring only what you're going to use. Like theoretically in the docs, if you look at the docs or getting started, you have documentation about using it with Quick, using it with Next.js, with other stuff. And essentially, if you get a full stack framework, our recommendation will be to nerf the server side part. So you cannot use API routes. You cannot do a bunch. You're essentially exporting your static site generating or whatever it is that they call it this time. But essentially, you're putting up a static site for it and then running and going with it. So that means there's a lot of stuff that comes into your node modules that you're never going to use. And if you're doing like with one of these frameworks, there are going to be applications that are going to be available to you in your IDE, and you should, by convention, steer away from that. And I really like with SolidJS is that if I'm building a Tauri app with SolidJS, I only have at my hand what I can use, and that's really good for me because I tend to get carried away if things are at my disposal.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Here's a question: is it truly a single page app, or can WebView actually do navigation between different pages?
So the navigation is gonna happen in the same way as the single page app, which is gonna be a soft navigation in this case.
Okay.
But you can have routes if that's the question.
I
But
think they were
yeah,
meaning hard navigations, like going to a different page. But I guess like why would you want to do that?
yeah, the web view don't have a URL bar at all. So um,
Interesting. Yeah, there's a discussion going on with chat right now
yeah,
talking about
so it
serialization and stuff. It's happening right now, so I'll just throw this up here.
here's the thing. Like we have in the chat Fabian Lars, who works with me at CrabNebula and is part of Tauri, and he's essentially the Batman of Tauri Discord. If you ever make a question about Tauri, he's gonna show up, and like he's the Tauri documentation in human form. So that's what's going on.
And the answer, yes, as you said, yeah. Greg, for those again who aren't familiar, is the creator of Leptos, the Rust framework that uses fine-grained reactivity like Solid. He even has a Solid Start type setup where he's got like some partial hydration stuff, server functions, all this, all done with a Rust written framework. Very cool. So yeah, talking about some performance stuff. We changed underlying IPC channel. It'll be faster now. Yeah. So yeah, I guess so. 2.0 is something in the horizon here, but
Yeah.
just out of curiosity, not about 2.0. You work for CrabNebula,
Yeah.
right? I gather again. Crab. Is this like a Rust reference again?
It's a little bit of a Rust reference as well. The thing is, Tauri is a constellation, and CrabNebula is the system where there's a lot of, I don't know, like we'll have to have Daniel here to explain exactly where the name comes from. It just fits a lot of metaphors, and I'm a sucker for metaphors. But essentially, we have our own crab, which is this cutie over here called Nova,
Nice.
and essentially this. So CrabNebula is a company that was built around Tauri, sort of speak. We have a bunch of people that are part of the Tauri working group. We have the founders of CrabNebula are also the creators of Tauri, but that's more or less where there's a very strict line drawn there where CrabNebula serves the Tauri ecosystem, and we're very clear about not going the other way around. So CrabNebula is there to support it, and we do consultancy, we do security audits, and we are building a few projects that are supposed to help people ship better apps and have a better developer experience.
Okay, yeah. I wasn't quite sure if it was like Tori was their project, but I understand they're kind of independently ran.
Yeah,
Except it just so
Tauri is actually
happens,
older than CrabNebula. Yes.
right? It just so happens that many of the people on the Tori project also work at Crab Nebula. Okay.
I think it's a more of a way of the leadership of CrabNebula to support people that do good work with Tauri in the best way they can. So we have people there in the team that are working full time on the Tauri framework. Fabian Lars is one of them, actually. And then we have a bunch of people doing research and development. We have other people creating products, and it happens to be that most of the stuff we work on are related to Tauri. But then you have other people like myself that comes from a web background, Tejas Kumar that's also in a web background, Lifteria Fabian. There's a bunch of people that come from the web and got into the Tauri, got bitten by the Tauri crab, or clamped by the Tauri crab. I don't know. So after joining,
Pinched.
so that's it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I didn't realize Tejas. You guys worked with Tejas as well. I'm. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
Crab
yeah.
Nebula. It's on the list of. I'm like here on Twitter looking stuff up in the background.
So yeah, so Tejas has his own thing going on, but he does work with us as well.
Nice.
And yeah, he's a friend. So
Well, I mean, I saw all those pictures a few weeks back where you guys were like React versus Solid, and everyone was flexing. I
yeah,
honestly have no
that's the
clue.
cringiest thing I've ever had. Like I was totally, it was it was so put out of context. But yeah, anyways.
Okay, all good. I just definitely was like, what am I missing? I haven't been at conferences this season, and last season I was hanging out with all you guys, and then I went to do some work this fall, and I've apparently been missing out.
Yeah, no. So what happened is that essentially SolidJS took React Alicante by assault. There were, I think, 3 talks about it. There was a talk from me. There was a talk from Eric Rasmussen.
Yeah.
And there was a talk by Shubham as well. Like I think Shubham was a lightning talk, but anyway, and like there were a 2-day conference, and we were all like talking about Solid in the end, and yeah, that happened, and that's why you got that many notifications. I'm
Yeah.
sorry about that.
I mean, it's all good. I'm glad to see the stuff propagating. But you were saying you've been able to use Solid on your projects at Crab Nebula with Tori, which is very cool to see. What you said, it was largely because of the like primitive approach, right?
Yeah, so it's what the project that I'm working on. It's getting a lot of data from instrumentation side. So there's a lot of stuff that's coming in from a backend, and then we have this like centralized store in the sense that we're putting data on different components. And because it's coming from a stream, we need sometimes to organize that, and it helps a lot to have SolidJS as our front end, because essentially it allows us to not worry that much about performance in this case. We just try not to get in the way. But that's one of them. There are actually two projects going on that uses SolidJS. That one of them I'm actually not entirely familiar with, but we're using a lot of solid primitives. We're using Cobalt there, which is pretty nice. And I'm also building on a live stream the app that we're about to showcase in this right here, that uses SolidJS as well. I created this little template for SolidJS, Tailwind, and Tauri, just because it's just so nice to do that. So
Is
yes,
that what this is?
so yeah,
Yeah, I see. Should I share? Is this a public repo? I can share the link with people
yeah,
if they want
I
to.
can share it. Yeah,
I mean, I can if it's all if you're okay with it. I mean, people can see it on the stream
go for
anyways.
it. Yeah, no, that's great. I actually built it like that. So essentially, this is the app. I took out some of the functionality there because we're going to be adding them together. But yeah, if you people on the chat wanna wanna join us in playing with that, you can clone it. And in the docs, you see that I mentioned a little bit of there's some add to dos where you can see the parts we're going to be touching of the code. There's and you can run the app and come and go with us. Yeah, Jesse, there is this app was built with this template. So I actually abstracted the template away from that app and I put that on a separate repository, but there's a link in the README as well. So yeah, I need to push that there. We have like the Tauri ecosystem and community is so nice. There's already like an awesome Tauri stuff with templates in the Discord. There's a showcase. I need to put all those there. I haven't done a great job at this, but they're all relatively new as well. So yeah, and yeah, I'll share the link for the current state of the app towards the end of the screen, so I don't spoil the fun.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah,
I'm gonna start a new window here, and hopefully everything will work. But I'm gonna just try cloning this repo down. That's how we get started, right?
yeah.
I noticed on the website there was no solid specific instructions on how to get started with Tauri, but I'm gathering the Vite instructions generally work.
So what Tauri does is Tauri is gonna run the Vite server for you. So what you're gonna do is post a pnpm install. You're gonna run pnpm Tauri dev, and then what Tauri is gonna do is run the development server and then build the app and run it. So you get the hot reload, everything as normal. But you need to run Vite through Tauri. We can actually walk people through that as soon as you clone the repo and you have the code base. I can show you how things get plugged in together.
I'm like looking at my examples folder where you can see like all my previous streams, and I'm like, why is there this random node modules folder sitting right here in the middle of this? But we're not going to worry about that right now. Okay. I'll trust the authors. Okay. Let's full screen this, and we'll update later. Okay. Yes. I guess I should install the Rust programming language. Or Tauri has an extension, it looks like.
Yeah, they have like I added three recommendations actually with this project: the Tauri, the Rust Analyzer, and the Tailwind extension. So the Rust Analyzer is gonna be nice because if you look at the bottom of your VS Code, it's gonna give you some compiler insights as we look at the Rust code. So you can actually get that nice feedback from the Rust compiler.
I see it working, yeah.
Yeah. So that's the part that screams at me the most when I'm at work.
Got you. And I'm gathering the Tailwind one. I probably already had installed.
Probably already have, yeah.
What do you? Or maybe not. Or I don't even know. 4.3 million. This one sees a pop. This is what? It's not this one, is it?
So, yes. So Greg is celebrating on the chat that you're installing the Rust Analyzer. He says it's best Friday he could hope for. Yeah.
Yeah. For some reason, my Rust streams do really well, or streams where I tell everyone that they should be writing their backends in JavaScript. Those streams do well. I don't know if you heard, Prime decided to raid me one day. Never happened before. So something like 1,600 people leave Prime Engine stream, land in my stream, and I'm talking about something that was about data serialization or something. And then I don't know. It was like really deep in a technical topic that I knew I'd lose like half the people anyway, or like most of them. So I just decided to give my hot take on web performance. But anyway. All right, we're I think we're set to get started here. We could close down these extension installations, and we can look at this project. Okay, so
source is where the web stuff is gonna go. Tauri puts itself as inside a source-Tauri. But first, let me just show you on the vid config the last file. So there, like one thing that it's important for Tauri to run is that it needs to run on the same port. So that's why we lock the port on the vid config in this case.
Gotcha.
Because then if you go to source-Tauri, there's a Tauri config JSON, and that's where the magic happens for Tauri. So you see the first there's a before dev command and before build command, and the dev path. That's where things Tauri expects things to be. That's the command it's gonna run.
Right. Yeah.
And
there's our magic port 1420.
Yes, and then going down, there's like the package.
Anything special about that port?
Not that I know of. Okay. It's just like so there's the package that behaves essentially as like a package JSON. There's the name of the app in the live stream. So there you go on line 10. And then there's the Tauri key, which is where most of the stuff is gonna happen. So before we go into the so there's the security part where there's a CSP stuff over there where you can essentially do you can add your CSP and stuff. The windows is to define how the windows are going to look like when you run the app, if you're going to allow full screen, if you're going to allow it to be resizable, this kind of stuff. The icons are pretty much like a PWA manifesto essentially. And here's the nice part, the one thing that I like about Tauri, one of the things that I like the most about Tauri is that you have this allow list. You see it on line 14.
Yeah.
This allow list is gonna say which APIs in the native system your app is gonna use. So we can now, before we run the app, we can actually already enable some of them, the ones that we're gonna be using. So the first one is gonna be dialog. So if you want to add here a key called dialog, which is an object. Yes.
Was that code pilot? What just happened?
This was probably your VS Code can read the schema that we have and just auto-complete it for you. Okay. So you can enable all, but of course it's not recommended. And we're going to use the open and the confirm.
All right.
And then out of the dialog, we're going to use the FS as well, which is for the file system.
Okay, yeah. So you meant like here, right?
Yeah. So FS, you have all these, and FS has this nice one that's called a scope, which is an array. And we can put like here a string, which is the path of your system where your app is going to be able to look at. So for me, I put $document because I'm going to scan my documents folder. I don't know if you have like a sandbox where you can make you run this kind of stuff. But essentially you can, it's a glob. So I put document and 2 stars and 1 star. So
Oh, I see. Yeah. So if I I'm trying to think if I actually have any reasonable folders, not my receipts for my. So we're gonna, we need a folder to actually go over here. Is there anything actually interesting here? Yeah, my documents are probably fine. They're full of.
We're gonna have a look at the node modules, and if you want, you can delete the node modules of apps. If you don't want, that's fine. So you could just run in the examples folder anyway, and then we see how much, because yeah, but it needs to be like you can do like $document all caps
Okay. Sorry.
in the beginning, so it just to because it's gonna, yeah, it's an absolute path. So $document all caps.
All caps. Okay.
Yeah. And then dash, and I don't know what's the path. No, dash, no, sorry, slash. Yeah. And then I don't know where is your examples, but essentially that's
Yeah. Let me think here. I think it's in so develop development with a capital T examples. I think that's right. Give me 2 seconds. I'm actually gonna look here, because it's from. I mean, where is it? Home folder. So it's tilde development examples. Because I'm not sure what $document is, but you know what I mean. Like if this was a
it's the
Linux
documents
path, it would be like
in the
this.
refiner. Yeah, that I think that would work. Yeah, that's good. And then after the examples, you put the 2 stars, like a blob, so you
Yeah.
in directories in any directory.
So sorry, do I want the $document still? I was just saying that like this
No,
is the.
the $document is for the document. Let me share with you there's a few aliases that we can use. Where are we?
Or I could say all.
We can also define it later, I guess, but
Okay, well let's try this. I mean, this is the path, like the Unix path. I just.
yeah, and also like if we get to the point where we want to showcase and yours didn't work, I can share mine, and I have a version that already shows stuff.
All right. Okay.
Okay, so if we're done with that one, we can go to.
Do we need any other actual like read permissions?
We need so we don't need to use we're going to use the read dir for directory, the read file, and the exists, and you might not want to use the remove dir. I usually just left it off until the moment I'm gonna do it because I'm just very scared.
So sorry. So true.
For the exists, yeah.
True.
And yeah.
Or okay. Let's just do this for now.
Yeah.
So getting mentioned the $home. That.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that would be the home in your path, I would say.
Yeah. Okay.
But
I mean,
I don't. Yeah, we don't need to go that much. He means about switching the tilde in this case.
Yeah. Right. Because this is actually the
Yeah.
absolute path. So I could just go. Yeah, I just want this.
Thanks,
Okay, so-
Lucas.
Yeah. So this is not my strong area, but
No, but and they're pointing out that you can define a runtime because the API that we're gonna call, the read dir, you can actually define a narrower scope in this case. So we could define that during runtime. What I like to do here is to actually lock the app to the most outward scope that I'm gonna let them go.
right. That's what this whole conversation is about. You can do such up and.
Yeah.
I was searching for this in my time alone. Okay. Yeah.
So now we have the config done, and then you can. Did you npm install already? Yeah, I think you did.
Yeah.
So then you can run npm tauri dev.
Okay. npm tauri dev.
and then this is gonna build the web part, and then it's gonna start compiling your Rust code. So the first compilation time is a little bit longer, but then as we start playing with it, it's gonna be a little bit faster.
Yeah, I did a Rust stream before.
Yeah. So yeah, and then yeah, exactly. So that starts running. So this already looks like kind of like an app,
Native app, yeah.
but none of the APIs are actually working at this point. We need to add them. We need to add the actual function calls.
So question here. So this thing is, so what we're doing is inside this. This is Pulsar. This is what we've built so far. This is like,
Yeah.
Gotcha. And if I go like this, I can go back and forth. Okay, cool. All right. That's how we're probably going to do it.
Yeah. So now whatever you're seeing there, it's basically just a solid app, and
Okay.
then everything else that's running, yeah, you can inspect screen. It's just like web in this case.
What browser is this? Mozilla?
So the DevTools looks a lot like the Firefox one,
Yeah.
but this is just like a wrapper on the web view.
Okay.
So
Yeah, that's what I looked at immediately. I'm like, this reminds me of Firefox, but
yeah, somebody corrects me if I'm wrong, but I think on macOS it's WebKit in this case.
Yeah, exactly. Probably just Safari or WebKit. Yeah. Okay. I don't actually spend much time in WebKit. So okay, cool, interesting. So div root class. Sorry, I was just looking around to see our app here, but yeah. So this is just a full web view. That's cool. I like that you can still do this.
Yeah. And then yeah, so essentially now everything you console log and stuff like that is gonna show up in here. Of course, not the part if we do on Rust code, but anyway, everything that we configure in Vite is gonna
Yeah.
come up here.
This is Vite. Yeah, completely.
Yes, this is Vite entirely.
SolidJS, and then this is Solid Web. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now I've got my bearings. Okay. Cool. Sorry, I like when you can do that.
Yeah. So now we can jump into the code and have a look about how things look there. So for the Tauri app, we can have a look maybe at inside source. Yeah. And then you have these 3 files. The most important one is the main. So the main file, if you scroll down to the bottom, there's a main function, which is essentially the entry point where, or the out point, where this is where things are going to run from. And you're going to notice that we have on line, which is your line? My line's the 31, you have this TS :export, yada, yada. So that's actually a crate called Tauri Specta. What this does is check this, collect the types from this get underscore dir underscore data, turns into TypeScript types, and create some function calls for me on the front end. So this creates the interoperability between Rust and yeah. So if you go Tauri commands, this file is generated by Tauri Specta. So it just creates some types for us. So now I know that this get dir data, now camel case, is fully typed. So I know what's coming and what's going from Rust in this case.
Yeah, so this is what it's outputting it to.
Yeah.
What collect type, like where is it getting this from? Like how does it know which APIs we're exposing?
So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that I'm gonna expose this get dir data. That's the method that I wrote.
Right.
Yeah.
Got you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So the method's right here. Okay. So
yeah.
Just tracing it. Gotcha. Collect types from this thing, export it here so you can call it from the TS. Okay.
Yeah. And then that's the Tauri specific part, the Tauri :builder default. So this means we're running the Tauri builder with a default configuration. You can add some plugins there. There's a plugin that I like using. It's for logs. So then we can have some logs in the console log and in the terminal. and then we can see stuff just like JavaScript, because I'm a JavaScript developer. And then this dot invoke handler is the commands that I'm going to expose to my TypeScript side, or to my JavaScript app in this case. So as you can see, I'm offering the get dir data. That's the only command that I created.
Yeah.
And then the rest is like Tauri boilerplate as well. So the run and the expect is what comes out of the starter. The only thing that I did in this case was adding the Tauri specter for the types and sending the invoke that I created.
Okay.
Okay, and then what this does, this get dir data, if you go upwards, I think line 24, 16, yeah. So this is gonna take this string that's gonna be arriving from the front end, and it's gonna create this list of directories and scan all my projects inside that scope that I passed, and dive into each of those files, measure them in size, sum them up, order the list, and send it back. That's why Rust
Wow.
is good.
Yeah, I was just laughing here because we picked up a folder with like, 30 node projects in it. So I'm just picturing like the size of the node modules folders inside of each one of those
Yeah,
thing. It's like, the black hole meme, where it's like
yeah, yeah.
this node modules. Like, anyway.
So I'm way less prolific than you in open source. So I tried on mine. I had a few big forks like Astro. I had a few mono repos, and I run it. Took me about 20 seconds.
Okay. Okay.
Let's see you.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
um, awesome. So then we do that. Then if you go to the util, and these are some macros.
Yeah. That's what I said.
Like
They look kind of like directives of some sort. Macros. Okay.
yeah, I'm
Dollar
very
sign
afraid to
server.
explain what
Okay.
macros is in this case, because I'm gonna say they're like, if you think about JavaScript, you're gonna think like decorators or something like
Right.
that. So essentially, they are functions that wrap your functions and add some functionality or scope. So
Yeah.
in this case, we have the specta macro, which allows specta to inspect our function and bring back some types. And you have the Tauri, which is for creating the Tauri commands in this case.
Gotcha.
It just exports some context. And then if you go to the util, util.rs,
Yeah.
this is where things got scary for us JavaScript developers.
So which one?
The one below main,
Util.
the
Okay.
utilities, yes. So in the utilities one, we start talking about serialization. So this is the struct. This is the type that we're gonna send back. We're gonna send an array of tuples in this case that has the path of the node modules and the size of the node modules in bytes. And then we have the order list right below it, which does, if can you scroll down a little bit?
Oh yeah. Sorry. I
Yeah,
didn't really.
the order list right below it, you have essentially what a sort array would be.
Right.
So we're just ordering them according to the size.
Yeah.
And the get size is the scary one, because we had to make get size being asynchronous, because node modules are so big. So you have this this return type, which and we have some different streams. We have a bunch of asynchronous code going on. We actually had to bring a method from the crate called fs extra. Greg. I'm very scared of talking Rust with Greg there on the chat. But yeah, so Greg likes it. Essentially, we took the method from fs extra, which was synchronous, and turned it asynchronous for this particular code to work, because we need to run every inspection on node modules in parallel. Otherwise, it's going to take forever and a half.
Gotcha.
And then the get dir names, I did a few hacks. Please, Greg, look away. So what we have here is essentially, because I couldn't for the life of me have blobs working as I would expect in Node.js, I had to create in this walker here the max depth of where I'm gonna allow my iteration to go. And then I also did some regex magic because I didn't want to go through nested node modules, because if you do like the double star on a glob in Rust, it's just gonna take everything.
Okay, yeah.
So
So they will walk through like all the like symlinks
yeah.
and everything. Yeah, okay, yeah.
So I said, yeah, no symlinks right there in the dot follow links,
Yeah.
and then I just cleaned up the list of paths before actually iterating through them.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. So yeah, so you get a chance to write some optimal Rust code here to work with the file system,
Yeah.
and then expose the whole thing as JS. Which, I mean, I've used React Native before and made plugins for the React Native bridge for doing image processing, and we had to build one thing in Objective C and the other thing in what was it? Was it Android in Java? Was it? Yeah. But this kind of similar idea, but I guess you could just basically have access to whatever you want. The bridge part
Yeah.
seems fairly simple. You write the code however you want to write it, and then it's
Yeah.
just a matter of using this utility that takes an interface and then tells TypeScript and does generation for it.
Yeah. So like I need to, at this point, because this code is getting praise, I need to say that I need to give my colleague Jonas Krukenberg a huge hug, because he actually wrote most of this code. I was the guy that was eagerly looking over his shoulder and freaking out. So yeah, there were other people who reviewed this code. Some other colleagues. I have some really good Rust minds working next to me, but if you're scared about this, I am too.
Okay.
And the nice thing about Tauri is that you don't need that to actually build a full functional app. You're going to see that out of the 4 or 5 different system calls we're going to make, this is just one of them. So this is just because I was nuts and decided, oh, I'm going to measure my node modules in an app, and that's going to be my sample app. But you can do a bunch of other cooler stuff without needing to write that much
Right,
Rust.
right. I mean, this is only the native piece. You can also just build a web app and run it on the
Yeah.
desktop, and it'll
Yeah,
just
we
run.
actually have a colleague of mine, Chip, wrote in some time. He wrote an app that a CLI helper that we're gonna publish soon, called Taurify, which essentially, if you run Taurify on any Vite-based project, it wraps into a Tauri app in a single command. So that's how you can turn any kind of single page application into a Tauri app.
Okay,
So you don't
yeah,
need to write any Rust.
very, very cool. Okay, so yeah, they're getting people back in our realm here of JavaScript because
Yes.
I had a very quick tutorial from Greg on how Rust works. Parts of it, brought back some memories of some, other system language I used in the past. But like, I'm not at all confident. I've never actually sat down to try to actually write any Rust code. But yeah, I followed your explanation well enough to know high level what's going on.
Yeah.
And I guess this main entry point down here where it does this, run, whatever, like all the HMR, all that kind of stuff just kind of happens in the background, like
Yeah.
all the setup. This is just like start the app and then like you're good to go. And dev versus production, is there any consideration here or?
There are a few build optimization things that you can do before shipping it. So, but they're all like config based as far as I know. But yeah, essentially, that's just it. It's just about reducing bundle size, optimizing, and cleaning up your like the spiritual sibling of tree shaking. So essentially, like you're gonna
Right.
take out some dead code and make sure it's optimized. But that's configuration steps.
Thanks for joining us. I know this is late for some people. Yeah, it's your evening, isn't it? I just had lunch, but for you it's evening, isn't it?
Yeah, for me it's 10 p.m. right now in
Yeah.
Germany. So, but yeah, I'm also hyped up. So we can keep going forever.
All
I'm
right.
having the time of my life.
Yeah, don't challenge me there. I've had 6 hour streams before, but we're gonna try and not do that.
I had a very good rest. Like we don't CrabNebula is a 4-day work week, so today was day off for me. So I'm pretty good to go.
10 p.m. in Australia as well. Okay.
So let's jump into SolidJS.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah. Let's.
actually that's the part that makes me the most nervous because now I have you looking at my SolidJS code.
All right.
Um,
But I mean, the app basis here looks okay. This is a straight up Vite project. So we have our index HTML at the top
yeah,
level, and then yeah, I mean, this is very easy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The Vite starter instructions probably with the like choose Solid as your framework for Vite probably get you like 80% of here, except for all that crazy Rust code you wrote. So yeah, all right, I'm following, and then index.
so these are some parts that I didn't even change from the Vite
Yeah,
starter.
yeah.
So if you see there are like even some capital case file names that I
Yeah.
generally don't use. If you open the components and stuff, I
Oh
just
yeah,
use all lowercase all the way.
yeah. You're on this
So
side, right? Whereas like
yeah,
the Airbnb whatever thing was all like you should name your components the same name as the default export, so like so when you import it, you can like see the name. Anyway,
yeah,
you're on dashes,
yeah, yeah.
and this results table export a
So yeah, so the results table
res,
has some stuff missing.
yeah.
We have, but we can, the results table are actually gonna only come into play once we actually can
Yeah.
scan our files.
It's I just picked that one at random because it had a dash in it.
Yeah,
It's
so
okay.
you can actually start by one file we don't need to touch. It's called library. In the lib folder there is
Yeah.
store. So this is what our data is gonna look like in the end.
Gotcha.
So the file list is the folder stat that's coming from Tauri Specta.
Yeah.
And then you have the elapsed, which is because we're measuring how long does Rust takes to give us our answer.
Yeah.
And the status is about, it's either idle or scanning in this case.
Gotcha.
And
Right.
yeah, and then we have this getter, which is this computed prop that just puts the time span into seconds because it arrives in milliseconds. Yes.
Gotcha. And then you just have a context wrapper if you can't find it. That's a good check
Yeah.
to do. And yeah, that's pretty straightforward. Sorry, where's the create store call? I just must have missed that somewhere. Okay, here it is.
Yeah. So I create a store and I export the already created one. In
Yeah.
this case, because I want to have this type of scan store just to have the setter typed somewhere else.
Okay.
Um,
Right.
I don't
And
know.
then okay, yeah, that's fine. And then it's funny because there's okay, scan context, create context. Okay, the provider is not in this file. That's fine. Okay.
No, yeah, the provider, I usually don't export just the provider. I just gonna import the context and call dot provider. That happens in the app. Dot,
Yeah.
no, not the app. Where did I put the provider in this case? It should be in the app.tsx.
Yeah, I would expect it to be scan store. Or even maybe we're not even using.
Maybe it's a bug. Yeah, maybe I
No, or it's
didn't. I
maybe you're
didn't
not
push
even
it.
using. You might not even be using context because it looks like you're just grabbing the thing directly and just calling get and set right here, which is perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean this is a pretty flat app. We have
Yeah.
entry level logo scanner, some messaging probably. If scan data is elapsed, then show this section.
Yeah, this is like this.
Yeah, switch
Yeah.
match.
So then pattern matching here for like if we're scanning, if we're waiting on a search.
Yeah.
So yeah, and
good.
then where things start happening is on the scanner. So if you go into components, scanner.tsx.
Yeah.
So there's a first to do, and we have, but we can also have. I think there's a second one down below. Yeah. So this one is for getting the scope where we're gonna look, and that's the first user interaction.
Yeah.
Do you wanna have a look at the code first?
Yeah, I'm just
The
looking really
JS.
quickly to get a high level look at here because if we look in our app here, we work. It's this thing here that we're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
This will come from whatever comes back from the scan data. This will also push it out. So okay, so this is scanner. It gets the setter from scan store, and then this is it. It has a scan function that's calling the setter. I see. Yeah. Okay. That's like the
Yeah.
main thing it's doing here. Then it has a get root scope function that is calling set root scope, which is this. Okay. Okay. So
Yeah.
now
So
we
the
have
root scope is the one we're gonna toss to Rust, and that's what
yeah.
the getDir method is gonna use.
Right. So root scope has scope.
And then this root scope display is just like to trim the string if it gets too long. So this is just a
Yeah.
formatter, but
Okay.
you can have a look. It's in the library folder.
Gotcha. That's fine. I trust you. Okay. So then this reads in this, and then this root scope is used down here. If it has a scope, then show it there. So then what starts the process here is a form submission.
Yeah.
That sets the scanning and calls scan, which is this. Okay. So form submission. There's a button on this form. On click get root scope. So when you click the button, it gets the root scope and then ends up sending that to it's interesting. Okay, yeah, I'm following what's happening here. Just took a second because you click this to get the information that ends up coming into here, and then when it's there, display something. Otherwise, don't. Okay, cool. I think I got the high level of it, and the root scope is where the user chooses which directories are available.
Yes. So now what we need to do is replace that const selected with the API that's gonna help us define the scope. So in this case, you can call in await, which is a promise, and open.
Okay, yeah, right. Because I got you. Because the first thing we're gonna do is open a file dialog and ask them
Correct.
what file. Okay, cool. So do we have the native thing yet? No. Okay, but you're
I
saying
think it's gonna autocomplete for you because Tauri is already available. So if you start typing open, now, yes, that one.
This one, that one.
The first option, yeah. So now it's gonna give the first one is gonna be the URL that we need to. No, sorry. The open is receives an object. Do you? It didn't bring the right one, perhaps.
Yeah, let's try this again. I'm gonna do this one. It's API dialog.
Yes, that one. Correct. So
Okay.
now it receives an object, options object, and we want to say it's a directory.
All right. Can I
You wanna
see?
come and click that and see all the options.
Yeah, that's what I was planning on doing.
We need to toggle 3 of them. Yeah.
Title, filters, default, toggle directory, recursive. So it's a directory selection.
It's a directory selection. We don't want multiple, and we don't need it to be recursive. So if you come and save this now and go to your app, and you click on that select scope over there, it should already work.
Yeah, maybe there's a delay there. Interesting. There's like this delay.
So this is Solid is sending invocation to Rust. Rust is doing a call to the native system, and this is a native system dialog. So now if you select a folder, it's going to bring back the path of that particular folder.
All right.
And that's going to be with what the promise is going to resolve.
Gotcha. So I can just like pick any folder here.
Yeah. At this point, I think the scope is not going to get in your way. What the scope is going to make a difference when we actually do something with it.
Okay. So I chose something here. Okay.
Yeah.
And then.
So now we have the scope and we are setting the scope to the signal.
Yeah. Oh, I get it. There's two buttons. I wasn't paying attention. This button just does this action, and this button's actually the submit, the second button, the fuchsia one.
So the second button is the scan button, and the first one is just a button that's going to open the dialog and take the value.
Right. So now, since we have scope, it's going to actually try and do the submission, where it's going to try and scan, but scan doesn't do anything.
Yeah. So in the scan, what we need to do is called our getDir, get directory.
Actually, just out of curiosity, hint: it would be cool to open the. I just wanted.
Yeah, yeah, that's
okay.
That's me being funny.
Yeah, that's fine. We've got that now. But yeah, I just wanted to see that developer experience bit. Okay, cool. So now we need to actually do the scanning, which is
so now we need to replace the value of list that's having our stub, which is exactly the shape of the tuple that's coming back.
So sorry, if I press scan right now, will it? Oh,
it's just gonna print a console log and do nothing else.
Right. So, but there was something from that data coming, wasn't there? Like, let's just do this for fun. If I hit that.
Yeah.
Scan.
Yeah. So now you have the table, yeah. But there's nothing inside.
Okay. Okay. That's fine. Okay. So this list actually needs to do something. So we need.
Await. And then get dir data, which is the name of this one from Tauri commands. And then you pass the scope, which I put an underscore there on line 12 because it was not being used. I didn't want TypeScript to yell at me. You can change that if you want. So now it should work already, the scan, and you should have a list.
Okay, let's try this again. I mean, we could just do the solid Hacker News example. Is that the one I'm on? Yeah, solid Hacker News. Scan.
There you go. So you have 36 mag node modules.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
And the Gods of Life demo helped me.
Yeah, so if I can go up a level, development. Oh, it's interesting because I wasn't in the examples folder. Let's scan the whole examples folder.
Oh, yeah. You wanted to take a sip, right?
Yeah. There we go.
12 seconds, not that bad.
Yeah. But yeah. Redwood. Right there. Redwood, 625 megabytes. We can blame them. We got our Astro, Corset, Quick. Oh, nice. They're ordered.
So they're supposed to be ordered in size.
Right. 11D base blog. Very nice. Then it's like our Marco and client side. Yeah, okay. All the way up to Redwood. Which we know Redwood is very opinionated and very large, so makes sense.
So das.dev in our chat just scanned 48 directories in 30 seconds.
Nice.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So now we need to start deleting some of those bytes, right? So if you go to and actually play around with a little bit more solid in this case, because there's some asynchronous calls now.
Okay. Cool. Sorry. Just taking that out. All right. So now we have our results table, right? What's trash bin? Is this our cool SVG? Yeah.
It's just an icon, yeah, just the icon.
Okay.
So here we are.
Footer. Sorry, okay.
So the first thing, if you look at the top, we have let's have a look at the table. So this has actually two components. There's the table row, which
Right.
is the table row, and you have the results table, which I'm using the transition group because I want those little micro interactions, because as you delete, I want them to like slide up, and
Right.
it was impressive how easy it was to get it working.
Yeah.
So yeah,
The,
so we
the
have
more the more impressive thing about this library is like I barely have have you ever really built something and never used it and never tested it and then just released it to everyone and people are still using it? This is why, like, if you look at transition group, the version is like 0.0.9 or something. I basically looked at Vue, saw what they were doing, and they had like an example on their landing page, so I tried to reproduce it and I couldn't quite do it because they have a virtual DOM. But I just was literally looking at the Vue source code and the solid one, and I was like, okay, kind of looks like this, and then I just kind of shift it. It still surprises me. I'm not even sure I know how this component actually works, but it seems
the
to work.
part that blew my mind were actually if I wrap a for inside a transition group, the items get animated as they come in or come out.
Yeah.
And I was like completely mind blown because I was ready to spend like, I don't know, an hour and a half doing that, and then it just did it for me.
Yeah, that's the idea behind these kind of setups. And the truth of the matter is, I'm kind of wondering we get to a point with like Vue transition APIs where it is literally like this, like the component instead of all that logic I was figuring out is literally like take snapshot, render, go, and it'll just do these things. I don't know if they're at granular flip transition level, but that's my hope. Looking at it, I believe that it would be possible because it knows where the elements are. It should just do it. Solid transition group is like 0.2.2 now. Well, there you go. Yeah. So other people have worked on it. I think I gave away ownership a little while ago. Yeah. See, that's impressive. I was never comfortable enough to give it like the second digit because I was like, oh. I was like,
but it's
0.
working,
0.
right?
Yeah.
You're actually gonna test now in live. So
okay.
So another thing, I got you installing Rust and looking at Rust code, and now you're gonna test transition group.
Okay. But yeah, I've got it so far here. We're gonna go through.
Yeah.
Table row. This is a fairly static table because it looks like we're like nothing's reactive coming through here, which makes sense because it's keyed. So we can scan this stuff first run. It's not going to change. Basically set up our table row, and then in here we have a signal that we're using to trigger. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah. See, okay, so this create resource is not for this, and.
No?
Yeah, I think this is the most confusing thing, and that's why I've been working on other APIs. Create resource is for generally it's not for mutation. It's like for reading. It's for like something that is like part of the state. The ideal flow for stuff is that you mutate to then pull through like a get. So it's like post get, right? So like create resource is the get side, not the post side of the equation. You can technically use it here, but yeah, this is why we need a mutation primitive because.
So just to explain to because there's I think it's because of that. So Ryan just picked up that I'm using create resource to do optimistic mutation, which I expected him to pick it up a little bit later in the stream, but yeah, it's Ryan. So essentially what's gonna happen is that I'm gonna use the should delete function as a signal to trigger a create resource, and then delete node modules is gonna update the cache inside my stuff, so the row is gonna immediately disappear. And then if we decide not to delete the file, the row just comes back in. and that's what I'm using create resource for. And he's saying that create resource is just for fetching data, it's not for mutating data.
Yeah. Like mutation. This is why even the mutate API is weird to have. It's there so that people can do local mutations before they trigger the resource again to blow it away. Um, just this is just for people going like, what right now? Let me. I haven't added anything to the core. Let me go to GitHub just a second.
Are you
Uh,
familiar with use resource in Quick? I was just asking if it's the
I,
same.
I I I think so. I mean, they named theirs after ours. I'm not, but I never got around to actually looking at. They have slightly different. Like they also have a resource component where we use suspense to trigger. Um, but yeah, I mean, it's similar-ish, I think, but I can't say completely because they added that after I'd already done like two or three quick streams. I don't know if I've done a quick stream with them since they added that. That came a lot later. What I wanted to pull up here is I had like a RFC mutation primitive where I talk all about different forms of this, and the actions API that I've been working in Solid Start is based on this. See, I have this tendency when we do this all the time with Solid, where we start. If you're primitive based, the last place the primitive ends up is in the core. You test it as far away from the core as possible to decide if it's a thing, and then you bring it out. So that means it's like it starts in Solid Start. If we like it in Solid Start, it then makes it into like the solid router or like solid primitives package, like something that's a little closer. And then if we really like it, then it gets into the core. So I was playing a lot with mutations. I'm just going to drop this here. This is from December 2021. This is when I was proposing the thing. Yeah, like the resource API we've had in Solid since 2019. So for about 4 years now. Yeah, when we first added suspense is when we added it. But then I realized very quickly that people were like, how do I mutate? And they ended up doing these like fun things. And the idea was hopefully, it's funny, I have examples here that they don't take much code, but the idea was, it's like the idea is this kind of cycle where you say you have a list of to-dos and maybe you mutate them. This is what you would do is you create a mutation, you do the mutation, and then on success in the mutation, you would then update the resource, or you would tell the resource to refetch on this. Like it's a cycle thing
It's
because
a very similar API to 10-stack query, right?
yes, yeah, and 10-stack was what inspired create resource for us. But the create mutation was inspired by a cross between 10-stack and remix. I wanted optimistic updates. So instead of this is the problem, like create resource returns data that exists for all of time. Like it's a list of to-dos. You want to update it. You want to keep it sync. Resources are like the typical signals, like in the sense that they're the thing that you're managing. Like the data is the thing you care about. Mutations are ephemeral. Like if they do have data that comes back, our mutation design is based off the idea that it's temporary. Like this adding is optimistic update, essentially, right? It's not a permanent state. It's only a temporary state. So because a mutation is basically ephemeral. It does something, might have temporary state, and then when it's done, there's no traces left. And it's actually the resource that actually is reflecting of that, whether it's a refresh, whether it's a direct mutation. And yeah, so it's that was the biggest difference. 10-stack originally used mutations to update their cache, and they didn't like their optimistic update system was like a optimistic cache update. Then that would do rollbacks. Where this is like remix, and what we've been using in Solid Start, where the optimistic update is independent. Like you'd make two for loops, one over the normal data, one over the optimistic update data. Let's say if you're adding a bunch of to-dos, and then as the ones leave the optimistic and go into the actual, you just move them between the two for loops. It's not like you're looping over the same cache. They're completely independent, which is nice because rollbacks aren't a real thing. You don't have to worry about, you don't have to use any cache updates. This was the genius of the remix approach, is that if you're not going to bother and mutate and you're going to say, yeah, I'm going to refetch all the time when I do stuff, this kind of approach got rid of the end developer ever having to write cache management code. Sorry, a little bit of a tangent, but it was very interesting to me that when I used to use Apollo, the thing that drove me nuts was like, oh, now you got to do pagination, you got to do this, like you were always doing cache writing, cache management, and trying to do all this stuff like, oh, did it fail optimistically? Do I have to roll this back and all this? Where the remix style pattern just kind of worked, and I believe TanStack query 5 actually ends up following this mutation pattern instead of their original mutation pattern. Anyways.
So how would you do that today then if create resources not for that? How can we do that?
Yeah, okay, that's a good question. I feel like resource name is not clear. Okay, do you know where I got the resource name from? It's kind of like signals. I just made it up. No, React was using this term when they were talking about their experimental suspense, and then they never actually released it. If you go in React source code still, like legacy, you'll find create resource calls inside their internals. So I didn't have a better name for it, so I just went with that. Yeah, this is what was saying here, that TanStack query added this MiFi. Yeah, so the mutation API. So yeah, how would we do this? That's a good question. Let's take a look at the exact scenario here, because I was just kind of, I guess the problem is you want, well, what is data?
So the data in this case is so this the role, the data is the information in the role. So it's the name, the file path, and the size.
Okay.
So I'm actually not rescanning once you delete. So there's some stale data happening there. I need to update this kind of stuff still.
Okay, I see. So when data finishes, it just, at that point you'll send back like true or something, and then when true, it actually deletes the row.
Yeah.
But it doesn't actually delete the row, it just doesn't show the row.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, well, okay, we're going to start implementing this first, but I think the answer to this might be a lot simpler than anyone realizes, because this is really just like promise then set signal.
Yep, exactly.
So like, I don't know if resources are actually doing anything here for us.
So the thing is that I use the resources because the invocation is asynchronous. So
right. So the thing is, what this does is it will trigger suspense. Okay, well let's I want to see what it does first before I make my call on this.
So let's have a look first. So what happens is that there's a button on the third column of this row. So if you scroll down a little bit, there's to do. So we need to trigger the module deletion. That means we need to set should delete to true, and we need to mutate and set it to true as well. So set delete true and mutate true, and that's what's gonna trigger the optimistic mutation in this case.
Oh, so we trigger. Okay. I'll just play along here for a second. Should delete true, and you call mutate.
No,
true.
It's set delete. So this is the signal that's gonna trigger the create resource, and then I immediately mutate it to true. So so the row is gone now, and then we trigger some stuff on the delete modules.
Right. So we actually have to have delete modules do something. Let's delete module.
Yeah. So it's on top of the So delete modules is gonna take this path, and then here we need to first check if the file exists. So this line 26 is actually a await exists, and then we pass the path as the parameter. So this is a Tauri API that's gonna check if the path is actually exists in our file system.
Okay, so check if it exists.
And then if the file exists, I think it's good UX to confirm that somebody actually wants to delete something before actually deleting them. So we need to use the confirm in this case.
Okay.
And again, it's another promise, so await confirm, and that would be.
So we're doing it
Yeah.
here. All this
Yeah.
very
So the
yeah.
Yeah, so the should delete is like you can replace like the let should delete false to whatever returns from the confirm.
It's a return boolean. Oh, beautiful. Okay. Wait, confirm.
Yeah, and then confirm is gonna receive first the string, which is what you wanna confirm, and then you can pass a options object.
Okay.
Maybe it's not importing the confirm from Tauri because it's complaining that you used the wait, so maybe we need to import. Yeah,
So
I think it's using the native JavaScript confirm in this case.
It's funny. I thought I. Oh, it's way down here. It's dialog.
Yeah, correct. So there is this options which we can pass type, title, and OK label. Yeah. So the title is the title of the dialog. You can put whatever you want. Type is a union of different types that you can use. So, yeah. And then the OK label, you can change the type for the cancel label or the OK label. So you can play around with that. And with that, we have our confirmation happening.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, David, I feel like the luckiest guy right now. I just got Ryan Carniaro to review my SolidJS code.
Yeah, what's React experimental use optimistic? Yeah, I saw them put that somewhere. I think Remix had a big influence on both of our APIs on that. Except when we were looking at it, I think both us and the React team saw basically the exact same thing because we were already looking at stuff that was kind of like server component-esque or partial hydration islands in my case, and we were like, basically at some point, I don't know what came first between us and React, but I didn't want to follow the URL. I wanted our mutations to be RPC, where Remix was making them like direct like API post routes. So we started doing server functions and with these optimistic updates. React released them significantly after, like over a year later, but I'm actually not sure if they weren't working on it already. I feel like we generally arrive at the same places. Okay, you guys are trying to like set rates.
They're creating rates for you to review SolidJS code.
Okay. Okay, well, at this point, there's no harm, no foul if I just go in here and select a scope, maybe not as big as the last one. We'll do something we don't care about, that we haven't looked at for a long time. Let's say quick hacker news because we have quick city, and we scan that. And it's funny because it feels longer than what they report back to us. Oh no, I have to press scan. It's silly. Okay. Yeah. And then if I click this now, I'll get a "Are you sure?" It doesn't delete this folder, right? It deletes the node module folder.
Yeah.
Nope. Yeah.
So, but we haven't implemented the part that deletes anything. So
yeah, but it's more that what I was going to get at is that it's path/node module.
Yes.
All right.
So that's one thing that I wanted to have here is that when we get to the part like right now inside the conditional, the last one, we are gonna actually hard code /node modules because then it's right there. Like If
Yeah.
there's nothing / node modules to remove, then nothing works, and that's it. I don't want node modules to be part of the dynamic defined variable
Yeah.
because I was very scared.
Yeah. I can understand because it could be any path. Like,
Yeah.
all right.
So I write a bug and I delete my whole file system. Um, so yeah, essentially inside should delete. Now we can await remove dir, and we don't need to store that in a variable. Because what happens is that remove dir returns null if it's a success or rejects the promise. And then, yeah, so it's going to be path plus node modules. And then the second parameter we need to pass as a recursive. So we want it to be true. Yeah. And then we return true again. And that's it. So
Okay.
basically, that's
Okay.
the code for removing our node modules. So I don't want to be famous for the guy that came in your stream and got you delete your entire system. So do you want me to do that part of showing the app working?
It's okay. I trust that this works. I mean, this is like a good safety guard. I mean, the worst thing that I could picture happening is removing every node modules folder on my computer. Not
Is that a bad thing though?
no, no. I think it's like something. It's like it's brand new again. So there you go. I think I got me to wear the glasses. Okay, but yeah, because when I'm looking here, I guess we won't know until we actually do the delete. My gut, yeah, let's just play this. My gut is we're gonna do a couple here. We're going to.
So here's the thing with hot reloading. If you click it now, it's gonna have the functionality already.
Oh,
You
very
don't
cool.
need to reload.
Right. See my. Oh, that's interesting. It disappears.
Because of mutating.
Okay. Scan again. Okay. Yeah.
You
So
hate that part, right?
yeah, we'll fix this part. Yeah, because I want to see what the behavior was. I was like, okay, what happens? So if I delete this, yes, it's still
What?
there.
That's weird.
Scan now. Okay. It's like, what am I
Why is it
deleting?
not going away?
Make sure path is not. Okay. So let's look at let's debug this for a second, right?
Ah, okay, we have something there.
Remove dir is not on the allow list. This is why we set up, and the
Yes.
helpful debugging command told us exactly what the problem was.
That's what I love about Tauri is that everything is closed by default, and then that's a trap I set myself every time I'm removing something there. I never turn it on. So
Right.
Tauri config, it's already
Yeah,
there.
this one. So when we're down here and we want to remove directory, true. Do we have to remove file as well?
No.
Okay.
Just directory should work.
Okay.
And now it's gonna reload the whole thing because you changed the config, so we need to recompile.
Good. All right. I'm gonna full screen it. We're gonna select our scope, which will get us into our quick Hacker News demo. We're gonna scan for it. We're going to delete this. Say yes. And now when I scan it,
We have nothing.
okay.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Okay, so it
And
works.
you're still here, so I think we didn't delete too much.
Yeah. So, but this now let's go back here for just 2 seconds because, yeah, I think because of the asynchronous, everyone like ends up overthinking like what they need to do here because, like this seems fine and it's like this, but you have to trigger 2 signals and stuff, but it's like I'm just gonna throw something else out there and to see if it actually works. I'm just gonna we'll just go. We'll copy this line and just go. Deleted, set deleted, jink, 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 jink. Interesting. Because this, okay, delete. Oh, it returns an async function. Should delete. Should delete.
So this is the quote unquote fetcher in my create resource. So that's just because I'm awaiting a bunch of stuff inside.
Right. So we could also just do async. I mean,
Yeah.
I might be just like, or it's on the other side. Maybe just like way oversimplifying this, but I'm just kind of like false, 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 returns true, format, document, and then it's just like delete, node set
Yeah.
delete. Done.
You're gonna trigger it straight in the handler.
Or like, or we could pull it out and make a
No,
delete,
that make
like delete whatever. It just the resources probably weren't doing anything really here. What's another example that we probably aren't going to touch anytime soon?
So my gut always tells me where to put stuff into signals when I'm handling like the UI state with Solid. So that's why I have an async method. I want to change my data, so I need create resource. But from what I'm getting, it's not necessarily it.
Yeah, it's just like the resources. The reason they trigger suspense is because you're like, the data that I'm looking at is stale, right? In this case, like, it's not stale until the moment it's been deleted, so there's like no in-flight state. I mean, a version of an optimistic update here would be to delete it the second you got to the, like, before you actually went and deleted it, because there's going to be a delay now, right? It's not going to delete until it comes back. So like, if I wanted to do it optimistically, but the way it was set up there, you couldn't really do it optimistically because you should be waiting until after the confirmation modal. So
Yeah.
like, I don't think there's an opportunity there to get in. Well, I guess there is technically.
Before the await, but then it would be super fast. Just to answer one question in the chat about if it's the same code for all OSs. The front end, yes, it's. I mean, it is the same code for all OSs. They might respond different to the code if you do something that it's not in spec, for example, for their native web view. But yeah, same for all OSs.
Here, let's see, nope. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so now it's basically, we don't have the optimistic update, but I don't know. It's a little bit simpler.
Yep.
It's funny because like, the only reason I'm playing with this a little bit, and I wanted to point it out, is just create resource was made specifically for suspense, like specifically for managing UI state consistency stuff. So like, just for people to know, if they're using Solid, like, you know how people always talk about like React, and I do my fetching in use effect, and there's like that conversation that people have. There is an equivalent in Solid of fetching and use effect. It's called just fetching at the top of your component. Like
Yes.
Instead of doing this down here, you just go like, in here, go like fetch data, then set data signal. Like that's the equivalent in Solid of the fetching and use effect kind of scenario. I'm not suggesting people do that because maybe this is reactive or whatever. You want to, trigger it with a memo, but like the most basic version, and it's cool. This is always a trap and trick with primitives. It's cool when you have primitives to do slightly more complicated things, but like, it's interesting for me to sometimes find this balance because at the most basic level, you can literally just go promise then set signal. Anyway, yeah. Okay, cool. So now we have our working Tauri app, which is very, 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 very cool. Because it didn't take much of anything. Do you know what we didn't do? Okay, I got to do one more. I need to search the whole directory and then delete something so we can see the row shift. We didn't actually test that worked. So we're gonna grab the whole directory one last time here. Get the whole examples directory. Scan it. All right. Please do not delete the SolidJS project. All right. 10 seconds now. Oh, right. This is the crazy.
Pick one in the middle, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, the top would work as well because it's.
Yeah. I let's pick. Yeah, this one was weird. Let's pick. Yeah, if I do this one, they'll all slide up. It'd be cooler if they. I guess they're only like all we're gonna see here is a slide up, right?
Yeah, you see you should see the one disappearing, and then there's like this little delay, and everything just slides up.
It's large.
Yeah, was a little bit chunky, but they slide.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think it's interesting because if you want to show a pending state while the thing's fetching, I mean, again, you can set another signal for that. You can set the signal before you go handoff, and then set it again when it comes back in. To be able to show like a pending state here during the mutation. It's a lot simpler than the tricks we have to do with suspense and resources and like concurrent rendering to do mutations. Anyway, sorry, that's like my technical piece. Okay, so we have our sliding animation as well. Okay, very cool. I'm trying to think if I have any specific questions about this now that I'm like looking at the example, but it seems like it's actually fairly okay. Well, I guess my question here is, I mean, I could probably look at the docs for a moment here, but Tauri, like the API reference is sort of what I'm wondering about, because what are these great things that we have available to us, right? It's these modules. Like we looked at Dialog today, we looked at FS today. Yeah. Notification shell updater. Basically, these are the set of APIs that we can natively get to. Because like it was very cool to see in your example some custom Rust code to do the optimal thing, but I suppose it would be possible to do this in a really unoptimal way, where you just called the APIs yourself from the JavaScript side. Like you're like, here, get me the list of all the files, and then call delete directly like from the JavaScript side. This is what's available. What's app? Show hide. Yeah, get name. Okay, Tauri version. So this is about the app you're building. Clipboard, dialog, event. What's event? Interesting.
So you can get some window events. I think you could, like, technically you're in a browser, so you can do pretty much anything that you would do in a browser. So I don't know, even WebAssembly, stuff like that. You can like, if you resist, you cannot go to Rust. It just at some point And that's also one thing that I mentioned quite a lot, is that Tauri is a great entry point to Rust, because you can treat that as, okay, I'm gonna go with JavaScript if that's my comfort zone, and build whatever I want, get it working, and then step by step I can migrate towards things that would work best in Rust.
I guess that's
So
interesting because yeah, another interesting side of it is that the web APIs are expanding to include system APIs. The like I wonder how that works. I guess from that perspective, it's the native wrapper that's handling it. But like for example, there's file system APIs coming to the browser, right? Where you can like access the local file system, and there's increasingly more of these type of APIs becoming available directly in the browser. Tauri in these situations would just be receiving the requests, like basically the web. I guess the whatever the web view wrapper is would be receiving these requests in these scenarios, and
yeah,
then deferring to whatever's underneath here.
yeah. Just to answer here what Des.Dev just asked about if we can access the camera, Fabian Lars already replied in the chat. He says that on macOS and Windows, yeah, correct. But in Linux, it's a bit of a problem. But essentially, yes, it's that, like, just agreeing with what you said about it would be delegating to the backend in the end, to the Rust part.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, because it's interesting because there is a big move right now on the browser side. I just keep on seeing more and more of these primitives kind of coming out. Most of them behind Origin trials and whatnot, but being able to build these more sophisticated applications through the browser directly. But okay, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, there would be some stuff that I think would still benefit for being native and being able to, not only because of Rust, but because we also have the updater as the auto update, so you can actually trigger updates to your app, which you can still with a PWA, I would say, but
Yeah.
in this case it becomes and there's also the security aspect of having to publish your app and signing your code and all that stuff,
And
that I'm not even fully equipped to talk about.
and
But
and different app and different platforms supporting different features in terms of
yeah,
these web APIs. Because notification, if I want to send toast notification, like this is allowing you to like trigger the browser. You know, like in Mac OS, they have the
yeah,
notifications in the corner. This allows you to actually send the browser or the OS level
yeah,
notification. Those like the push notifications. Funny note on the PWA side, I was building an app and we had a native app that we'd written in React Native, but we were running a lot of native code around image processing because of just it was a media app, and people weren't there to maintain it anymore. And we're like, we're just gonna do a PWA now because we moved most of the processing to like our AWS Edge function setup, and all the basic image APIs and stuff, and like are already available on the device. We can plug into like Google Drive if you're on Android. Like they have all these like things built in, and I was like, oh, push notifications. We need this, right? People want to know if there's new photos. It was like a social media app, and and we're like, oh yeah, Chrome added them a year ago. There's a Apple developer thing. I'm sure it'll be any time now, right? This is in 2018. Apple added push notifications to PWAs in 2022.
yeah.
So, yeah, yeah,
Yeah, with the web, if you, yeah. So yeah. So the thing is, as well, is I think if you're going like PWA and stuff like that, you're gonna be depending, just as we do for with the native web. But then if your entire app is based on this, then you might have a little bit more of a problem. Another thing that I didn't mention yet, and your what you just said triggered me about it, is that you can have different Tauri configs based on your targeted system. So as like Windows, Linux, and whatever support different APIs, you can work on a way of progressive enhancement or graceful degradation in this case, by with the amount of with the kind of APIs that you're going to allow. So this is possible.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, because I'm sort of I'm picturing the situation here a lot better because these are client side single page apps essentially, and uh, it would be lovely to see situations where you could, because there's a bunch of people talking in chat about, oh, like, can't we, what David wrote something, it'd be cool if solid primitives wrap the native turbine so your code is just perfectly portable. But like what we're getting at is like this vision of if you could write stuff in such a way that it would work on, web, using, the web platform stuff, and then on Tauri you could get, desktop and maybe even in future mobile. I'm just trying to picture what that looks like, because we get a hint from the app we just built, but like trying to like picture the full story here, because I guess it's really about the interfaces to the native language that are the difference. Everything else in the app is just a client routed single page app.
Yep. I don't know if there's a lot of I would say either Tauri specific for Solid or Solid specific for Tauri APIs or optimizations we could make in this case, because
Do you know what I feel like you do? You'd use build time environment variables like import meta, like there's import meta server in Vite, or import salt has like is server, and these things basically, depending on your build, you can make them custom too. You just replace the string with true or false, and then tree shaking takes care of the rest. And you could very much have the same code base on the UI side. And then when it gets to where you do the native level calls, you basically have a bunch of like basically maybe aliased imports, or like a bunch of these like switches, and essentially you can just like shake out which ones you're like, okay, this is pure web, I'm going to use these functions, I'm going to call our server backend to do it. This is on Tauri, I'm going to use the Tauri APIs directly, and then you're good to go. I think you can push this decision almost all the way down to like most of the decision points all the way down to where these call sites are for like the API call. That
yeah, makes
because
sense.
like it was very obvious when going through this and doing all these to-dos here, like the thing that actually needed to be implemented in most cases was an async function somewhere, and you could literally replace this async function with something else. I mean, the confirmation dialogues and stuff make it a little bit special, I guess. But you could, for most of the time, it's these async flows. You could basically replace these async flows with something else and be on like a different platform, like native web. You just swap this function. The rest of the code is basically the same.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I can see it. Yeah, this was the comment that I was looking at. That was, I mean, this might be hard to achieve completely, because like I remember when React Native came out, there was this whole thing where they're like not build once run it everywhere, but like it was like it was like, what was the terming they used? It was like learn it once, build it everywhere. Like
Yeah, like I worked at a design system that had would build the same component for React and React Native. It was not the breeze that I was sold at, to be honest. From 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 bundling to even CSS, it was not that easy. Performance optimizations as well, like it's tough. It's not an easy task. So no, it was not SAP. So yeah, I worked at SAP before, but no, it was not that one. But yeah, so I think actually Klarna still does that. It's a very tough thing to accomplish in terms of like we had some people that were really good at compile at tooling and Node.js and stuff, and there were like some very well written tests to be done there, but it was not that easy. We had to have like abstraction on top of abstraction on top of abstraction to have one component that could be rendered inside an iframe, inside a web app, and inside and building for Android and iOS. It was not easy. Um, and if Tauri can accomplish that, it would be pretty awesome, to be honest.
I'm glad I'm not the one who has to solve that problem. I like my problems. I like figuring out these mechanical, like really low level things. Not even low level, but like the things that allow people to like Lego blocks. Um, the specific problems have a lot more depth in a different range. So I'm glad. Yeah, here's another great question: would auth hardware be available to facial biometric fingerprint scanners? And again, we have a great answer. Finished a mobile plugin literally this week. We used to have a plugin for desktop too. Yeah, so like there's a whole bunch of different device hardware to consider, a whole bunch of different quirk. It's not even just like hardware, right? Because it's like different operating systems have different conventions or affordances in terms of how interactions work, and it's not just like our buttons go on the bottom and ours go in a menu. It's like the actual way things flow. It's kind of interesting because I remember the early mobile days, everything looked like iOS, and then around 2018, 2019, everything looked like Android. Like everyone had drawers, right?
Mm,
They after, and nowadays it's like there's apps that have just their distinctive own look that they carry to both to a certain degree, or for the most part, it feels like you actually have a app for Android, even if you're using like React Native. It's very Android feeling and a very iOS feeling. Like you have to actually change more than just like the Chrome of the look of it. You actually have to
yeah.
change the way the interactions work. So yeah, it seems interesting, but I am excited to see other people figure this out because at these days, I kid you not, solid mobile or solid native is a question I get asked like all the time. It's like because people need like the next thing to just be like, okay, it doesn't have this, it's not React yet, and it's like, okay, Next.js and like solid start, and like, okay, solid native. It's like, or no, it was like 3D. Do you have solid 3JS? Yes. Okay. Like it feels like there's a checklist. I feel like we're getting to the
Yeah.
end of it, and this non-web platform stuff is probably the most frequently asked piece for me now that we have solutions other places. So I'm very excited to see that.
Yeah, I think Tori, and I might be biased, but I think Tori can fit that position to bring Solid to mobile because I've been working with both of them for quite some time now, and it's pretty it's a breeze to work with. And I also think that this CLI you're gonna have and the fact that Tori is SolidJS is Vite based, it's super easy. Like I even was talking at React Brussels. I
Yeah.
was talking to Nicola, a friend of mine that works a lot with NX, and we even considered having this NX plugin that would run Torify on an app inside a monorepo, and then you can immediately deploy it without even writing a single line of code. You can do all that in GitHub Actions. That would be amazing. Um, so I think we can bridge that gap in a way. And to answer what you just mentioned about the ecosystem and people saying, "Oh, React has that and Solid has that," we when we considered adopting Solid as our main framework in CrabNebula, we actually had a look at the ecosystem about okay, what we get if we go React, what we get if we go Solid, what we get if we go Svelte, and etc. etc. And to be honest, like the SolidJS ecosystem is very complete. Um, we've been looking at the solid primitives. It has pretty much everything that I could we could have needed at this point, from even WebSockets, from creating signals out of event listeners. Cobalt is such a well-built component library, and it's kind of unfair that a lot of those packages are actually 0 point something because they when you start using the DX actually feels quite stable. So
I
I
wonder
don't
if
miss that much stuff.
I guess we're all very hesitant to, to put the stamp on stuff. But yeah, it's I've been very happy. There was a few tweets the last week that shone some attention, especially on Cobalt. So seeing these things come together now is great. It's really nice to hear David actually is was it was saying that. Yeah, thanks to a lot of people out in our community who have been working on stuff. There's way more than that list, as you're saying. Okay, actually, I had one more question when I'm looking here, because I actually noticed I was going through the package JSON on the app, and let me pull it up 2 seconds here, and I was looking, and I was like, I see Cobalt Core as a dependency,
Yeah. I'm
but
about to. I was going to. I was going to refactor, so it just like leaked there.
right, and the other thing that I was wondering here is when I was looking at the scripts and stuff, these are all dev and VRAN things. What do you do when you let's pretend our app is done, we're ready to ship? What's the last steps here on here? Like we run build, right? So I
Yeah.
can go PM.
So here's the thing: like if you need to build the because because Tauri doesn't ship your anything in your environment, you can only build for the platform you are at. So that would mean you'd need some kind of VM or whatever to build for the other platforms, or
Okay,
have something in the cloud, some platform that would help you build that. You so this is one of the pain points that we have identified in CrabNebula, and there's a lot of thoughts and work even coming towards making easier to ship and reach different platforms. Um,
but like okay,
so
I've just built for Mac OS here.
yeah,
So what's the output like what's the like I just want to like is there a package bundle thing that like what's the artifact that comes from building this thing like
so yeah, I'm looking at there is one thing that I can we have in the docs this thing I'm gonna paste on the chat for building the app. So there's like the Mac OS bundle, the Linux bundle, etc. Where's the chat? Here's for Mac OS. So it's oh my god, there's something.
oh, okay.
So yeah, so you can run the Tauri build, but then there's also some checklists that we can go in terms of making the app as optimal as possible. There's one that Daniel Daniel actually really always sends people. Let me see where it is. He always says it's supposed to be the first step. Let me grab the link.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
So
just
there's
interesting because a lot of tool like when we talk about tools these days we always talk about deployment. We're like how do you put on Netlify or Vercel, and this has a sort of different cycle.
yeah.
Right. Just compiling it. This was always like my favorite thing back in the day. I used to make video games in like Visual Studios, like using C# or C+, even further back in the day, and I'd build these exe files and I'd on Windows and I'd send them to people to play. Yeah, I guess that's cool. Specta isn't needed. Um, it's asking me if I want to install Pulsar.
Yeah.
Let's do it. All right. And
So wow. Good.
yeah, yeah.
So you build an app with Solid.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this is cool. And it's actually like if I go in my application folder here, wherever it is, why am I not even seeing it? Like usually it's like, man, why do I never use this computer, do I? Streams.
It should be in applications.
It's fine. I'll just go
yeah.
go this way. I will find it under P here.
There you go.
8.2 megabytes. There we go. Not bad.
Yeah, let's see what should be like. How big is Chrome?
Is it up there? Chrome is gonna be like quite large, I imagine. Is it not even in here? Google Chrome, there it is. 1.1 gig, yeah. What's something?
That's that's
Safari is 13 megabytes apparently.
Yeah.
Weather, 31. Zoom, 240. Text edit. There we go. There's a small app, 2.3.
Yeah, good.
So Slack, 275. Stickies, 1.7.
Yeah, sorry, Ivan. Yeah, Chrome is different than Chromium. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I just I thought it could be a good perspective, but it isn't.
People are asking, what can we inspect the package?
Well, I think we like to answer Void Phil. I think it's not a fair comparison because Discord does way more than this little app does. So it would be a disservice to Electron in this case.
392, yeah.
But yeah, we have actually in the Tauri blog, there's actually a nice blog post comparing bundle sizes for Hello World apps. Let me see if I can find it. Blog here.
There we are, package contents. We have our P list, Gold Mac OS. No. So we just have an executable, 8.1, and then our classic. I remember this stupid thing when building for the React Native. Every time they updated the version and like stuff got like out of sync and like it was impossible to do git merge on it, and it's React Native was a nightmare years ago. I was using React Native between 2016 and 2018. So yeah, no, it's interesting hearing people in the chat talking about their experiences.
Yeah.
Everything JS got Electron down to 80 megabytes, but also required a ton of work. Yeah, I mean, this was like barely more than a Hello World app, so it's not like right comparison.
Yeah.
But what's nice, and you always find this with things that are small, is that like early stage scaling looks really good. So like it's always quite impressive for everything up to like for all the basic cases. This is something like small JavaScript frameworks also have, like, you know, when you can come in and you can go, okay, I can build my app in 10 kilobytes versus like 80 kilobytes, all the way up to about 30 or 40 kilobytes, you feel like you're, you know, conquering the world. And you can make a lot of demos like that. But I mean, this is a different order. Yeah, I guess it's similar. It's like the difference between, this is like 10, maybe a 10x difference, perhaps, when it's like a Hello World. Actually, I didn't actually see the comparison. Did you find that? It's okay.
I'm looking for it. I'm seeing that I didn't find the actual blog post that I was looking at, but I saw somebody saying that the Electron Hello World would be close to 80 megabytes. Is that it? Chat, please keep me honest. But yeah, but the thing is that Tauri at this point, like we could potentially go smaller. Maybe not with this app, but you can just do other stuff.
Yeah. No, 100 at least. Weren't you the person who said it was 80? UI wizard? Yeah, no, chat's not going to keep you honest. They're just going to...
So here's the thing: there's a lot of people that don't like the size of Electron apps. I'm not gonna throw mud on them because that's gonna look bad on Tauri.
Yeah.
Because I know I have skin in the game. I'll let the chat do the work for me.
Yeah, I see. So you had to work at it to get it down to 80. But yeah, it sounds roughly that it's like the difference between Solid Start and Next.js, right? It's about 10x smaller.
Yeah, it's quite smaller. Yes.
Very nice. Okay. Oh, it's just so funny because it's like a different. It's like a different thing. We talk about kilobytes, and here we're talking about megabytes, right?
Yeah. And
Right,
what
so-
David's saying, like every Electron app contains Chromium browser and Node.js. We need to add Node.js as well. So it comes Node.js with all your Node modules and stuff like this.
Yeah. 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 Again, on the desktop, people probably more leeway, don't care quite as much, but yeah, I mean, that's a sizable difference. That's one of the benefits we talked about with Tori right at the beginning, so that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so
So Juan's asking if Solid Start's gonna have SSG.
someone eventually we're now working it through Nitro. We have a static adapter, but it's very simplistic, and someone told me that it broke recently. I haven't had a chance to look at it, mostly because we're going to be handling the like Nitro's going to be handling the pre-render stuff, which is really nice from my perspective because we're now just focused on the mechanics of the framework, because SSG is really just run the stuff at build time instead of at request time. So it's like there's some details there, but generally speaking, the mechanics work the same. So yeah, we have a static adapter if you're like pure SSG, but what I'm looking forward to is getting page level SSG stuff working with Nitro. It will happen during the lifetime of beta 2. It might, because it's like the last feature on my list, it might be at the end, or not. It might not be like when we release beta 2. It won't be like there out the gates. But we'll get there. I'm going to talk about that a bit later on the stream after this segment. But some of the work I've been doing this week. But yeah, I am interested definitely with what we saw here with Tori. And I guess my question is, and if people have more questions for Attila, they should start sending them in. But my last big question is, what's next? Like what's next for Tori, for CrabNebula? Where are things heading?
So for Tauri, I think it's V2. There's still like some work doing in maintenance of V1, so they didn't stop. But V2 is mobile, so what they're gonna do now, what we expect to happen now, is that V2 goes from alpha to beta, and then security audits are gonna start. Once security audits ends, V2 moves from beta to release candidate, and that's where I think it's going to be safe to say that the APIs are going to be stable and there are going to be minor bug fixes between release candidate and going live and going GA. And for CrabNebula, we're working on the Tauri ecosystem to help a little bit on that. So there are a few projects we want to launch. As I mentioned, I'm working in one of them to help debug your Tauri apps. There's not much yet to talk about at this point, but it is a SolidJS app, so I'm in the right place to talk about it. And it's gonna come. It should come before the end of the year. But don't. I'm not promising anything. I'm just saying. It's not my place to promise stuff.
Okay.
But yeah, so we're working on this, and there's a lot of stuff going on. A lot of the people that work at CrabNebula are working towards V2 as well and doing the security audits. So that's the nice overlap that happens between Tor and CrabNebula. CrabNebula is more officially becoming supporter of Tauri. I don't know what's the right word to say here, but yeah. So the link is tight. But yeah, we do work on our different projects. For Tauri is V2 for sure. There might be 1.6 coming out if it hasn't yet, but then my expectation, and then I'm talking as a user, so just like you, is that we get V2 after 1.6. And yeah, to answer to what David's saying, I also want Greg to do a Laptos plus Tauri. I would love to see that.
Yeah. No, it's great. The ability to just work almost directly with Vite is very cool. It'd be also cool to have something completely in the Rust ecosystem. I think people would definitely dig that with Leptos.
There are some people that also used eGUI, Tauri eGUI to build, not Tauri eGUI, yeah, Tauri eGUI, I think it's a thing, which is a package that helps people creating UIs in Rust. So it can be, and then you go full native on that. Let me see. Tauri app, Tauri eGUI. So there's this. Back to the chat. This one. And then you kind of leave the web realm a little bit. So it uses this eGUI or EGI, or I think it's eGUI, the right way of saying that, which is a GUI graphic UI for graphic UI library for Rust. So yeah, there are people that played with that.
Very cool. Yeah, I guess that's the thing, right? Because there are pieces here too, just because of the cross-platform nature of what you're doing anyway. So there's like benefits on both sides. Okay, just looking here if there's any last questions kind of coming in. Let's see here. Just a lot of people very stoked. Tauri native, Tauri capacitor, Tauri Tom. Yeah, okay. I think people are just playing with wordplay. But yeah, it's, you mentioned a quick go to set up Tauri plus SolidJS without touching Rust. I mean, this template.
Just my little template. Yeah. I mean, you get that, and you can go write your JavaScript, and then you don't need to use Rust if you don't want to. But I would totally suggest you to venture yourself on Rustland if you're doing Tauri, because it's kind of fun. Like the compiler slaps you in the face a little bit, but it's kind of fun. I'm learning a lot. And if you are coming from Rust, and if you're coming from JavaScript and want to learn Rust, I need to do a little self-promotion here. That CrabNebula Twitter account or X account, we're publishing some threads, and I'm one of the people doing reviewing those, like Lifteria and I actually. And we're publishing some threads from Rust from the perspective of JavaScript developers. So we talk about stuff like what's a borrow, or what's the difference between dropping a value or garbage collecting, and this kind of stuff. What's a diverging function? All these terms that you get slap in the face when you start with Rust and you're not entirely familiar with it in JavaScript. So yeah, if that's what you're interested in, go check it out as well.
Oh yeah, here's a good one. You're talking about the builds being on different environments. Can you use GitHub Actions to do that?
That should be possible, yes. I would say so. And Fabian Lars also mentioned in the chat that there's an experimental cross-platform build for Windows. So that also would work.
Very cool. Hey, if you can answer this is pretty cool from your perspective. I think we talked about this a little bit earlier in this stream, but
So I think that SolidJS, when it comes to Tauri specifically, SolidJS is very good match because of this composable nature that that the SolidJS core team decided to go for. So what you have is SolidJS as the core, and you can add functionality almost as you're adding plugins. So you can bring in the router, you can change some Vite configuration, and then you can get to these other places. And we haven't touched the topic of Vinci very much in this stream, but that's also something that gets me very excited, because Vinci kind of splits your routers as you're going. So you can have the client-side router separated from your server-side routing, separated from your assets routing, and so on. And that would allow you to have a single package inside your repository that has the single page application. And with that one, you can wrap into a Tauri app. And in the same way, you can plug it in to the full stack version of it and ship as a web app. So I really like this idea. I really like this approach. And that allows us to have the minimal possible dependency graph in your app if you're building with Tauri. Whereas a lot of the other frameworks are pushing a lot for server-side rendering, which makes sense from a web perspective. But when it comes to building native apps, you don't have the node backend necessarily, or you don't even want it to. And that becomes an annoyance, I would say, in this case. So, for example, if you go, and I'm not throwing mud on any framework at all, that's not my game here. The thing is, if you go, like, if you want to build a Tauri app with Svelte, for example, you want to have the SSG part because you want to have the first load. But then for the SSG part on Svelte, it's recommended that you go with SvelteKit. But then with SvelteKit, it brings the entire thing. It brings actions, it brings the file system routing, it brings all that other stuff that not only you don't want to, or you don't need to, but it actually is going to get in your way. If you try to run an action on a Tauri app, it's going to blow up. So and it's all convention based, most of these full stack frameworks. So there's always like a landmine for you to just create the wrong file name or the wrong file in your structure because you're used to something else, and then it doesn't work. So I really like the idea of SolidJS to have this core that just expands as you need, and that makes, in my opinion, for a better developer experience. Plus, there's all the performance benefits on rendering that I have Ryan next to me, so I'm not going to try to do that part.
I mean, it's enough proof to me is that you guys are using it to build projects like CrabNebula. So I mean that that has me stoked when the people who work and build Tauri are using Solid to build their apps internally. That's a good sign for me. All right. Yeah, I think we're gonna call this here. I still got to talk about this week in JavaScript and a few other things, but
A lot of server actions for you.
Yeah, I talk a bit about those too. But you've been a great guest today. And do you have anything else you want to shout out before I let you go?
All good, all good. And please reach out to me at any moment on X or LinkedIn or whatever. And the Tauri Discord is there and it's very welcoming. As somebody who just jumped in, I can guarantee everybody's like I think the SolidJS community and the Tauri community has a lot in common, and I really like that. So yeah.
All
Oh,
right.
Daniel is there. Nice.
Yeah. I was actually just looking at something while we were streaming. They were out at dinner. Just gonna throw this up on the screen for a second here.
Oh, yeah, they're at a conference. They're in Europe. That's yeah, nice. Oh, they're having francesinha. Have you eaten? Oh, that's
No,
oh my God.
what is this?
So this is a Portuguese dish where you have a piece of meat like beef, and then on top of that you have ham. On top of that you have a sausage. On top of that you have cheese, and everything covered on this like shrimp sauce. It's delicious. So yeah, good, good.
Yeah. Well,
Oh, Christopher is that. Christopher is one guy that shows in that also that talk that I have you putting the glasses on the slides.
yeah.
Christopher is there because we were joking about, he was asking on a tweet about, oh, how do you how do you do like React.use memo or just use memo or whatever? And I said, I just do create signal. Uh,
Yeah,
but I was joking. And yeah, he loves SolidJS as well.
yeah, I had him on stream to tell us all about Create T3 app a little while back. So very, very cool. Yeah. But yeah, this has been fun. So
Like,
I will let you have your evening back, whatever time it is now, like probably like 11:30 or something.
it's 11:30, but yeah, I'm so happy to be here. I don't even feel sleepy yet, so I'll just go there and watch the rest of your stream.
All right. Well, you have a good one. I'll catch you later.
You too.
Till next time.
Bye
Yeah.
bye. Thanks for having me.
Bye. All right. How's everyone going? That was pretty sweet, eh? I, I had an idea what I was gonna see here, but like tooling around this has gone like significantly easier, right? I had to install Rust before we started, but everything just worked. I, I use React Native. It used to be like, go install Android Studios, go do this. Like it would take me like 45 minutes to set up a dev environment, and then like maybe it wouldn't work, and then another 20 minutes, 30 minutes troubleshooting. I'm sure things have kind of moved on from that, but to be able to just go and just build something like that right away, just PM, done, very, very cool. Yeah, yeah, no, it's great. It's great having him on the show. But yeah, but the show goes on. Yeah, I've got a couple things, a little bit of a follow up before we get into this week in JavaScript. It'll give me a second to organize my notes and stuff, but and I guess it ties in a bit to the topics. Actually, no, maybe we'll just get geared up for this week in JavaScript anyway. I don't. This might not be a 6-hour stream after all. Let me see if I can get some stuff together for this right now, but I don't know. I don't spend as much time on Twitter anymore, so it's been getting increasingly more difficult to talk about this content. But I did bookmark a couple things. Open link in a new tab. Let me see here. Yeah. Oh yeah, there is a bunch of good stuff. God. Yeah, it's been a week. Okay. Yeah, I actually bookmarked a bunch of stuff. Apparently I was on Twitter this week. My bad. There's actually a bunch of good releases this week. Now that I remember. Yeah, okay. Okay. It's always nice to get a reality check. You guys are like, what are you looking at, Ryan? I'm like talking about what's on my screen. You can't see it. Okay. All right. I say that every time. I do say that every time, don't I? Yeah, yeah. For actual mobile, yeah. I never used Electron, so to be fair, it was probably a lot easier too. Yeah, Astro 3.4 next. You guys know the headlines coming out. I'm just getting stuff roughly set up, getting my map of things in front of me. All right. Okay. Yeah. Well, we've got a mixed bag of stuff this week. I don't really know where to start, but I'm hoping it all just comes together naturally. All right. 2 hours in and 4 hours of hot takes on the way. No, I can't keep it running forever. Oh, well. Okay, let's get the banners up. Got a lot of garbage banners to get rid of here. Just doing a little bookkeeping. All right. How's everyone doing this Friday afternoon / evening? Just getting your snacks and drink, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Rust, I mean, it starts like this, right? Because Rust had clear performance benefits. So you start seeing all the tooling move to Rust about a year and a half, 2 years ago, where everyone started like going, we're going to rewrite our tools in Rust. At a certain point, enough people get an exposure to rewriting the tools in Rust. They're like, well, I want to do more in Rust. So I'm not surprised to see this trend. Yeah, I want to talk about that a little bit today. Main thing, they're encrypting closure data. Yeah, I didn't see the next thing, security article. The biggest thing is, I think I am so uncomfortable with the closure data thing. I don't even want to enable it. I don't know why people think that they need. I don't know what. I haven't seen a use case that needs the closure data. Like instead of it trying to, I mean, encrypting it is a good idea, I think, but and necessary. But then I'm like still trying to figure out like why I want it even at all. Like anything that you can do through closure, you could probably call through API. I get, because you got to understand the only problem with closure data is when you are passing it from server to client. So when it's a client closure, where in Next do you have a client closure? There's only actually one place, and it's the not obvious place. It's going from server to server because then it's server client server. And like I guess I'm going to have to see exactly how valuable this pattern is, but I am not convinced this is necessary at all. You avoid the issue telling with the data layer, which is they recommend, but then if you have a data layer, you could just use tRPC. Yeah, I mean, the thing is you are building a data layer here. Honestly, a lot of these APIs are pushing you towards that. The thing is, action form action is where you get server client server, but it's like the only maybe I have to show this. Just give me a second. There's the only okay. Let's talk closures for a minute, just so we can understand the situation, okay? Because const secret equals la 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 la. Okay, right? Function server component equals this. Return function whatever. I'm saying return, it doesn't matter. You get me. Use server right? The closure problem is that this function actually gets hoisted up here, right? Because you pull it out. So if you have const secret here, now, and you go, haha, I'm on the server, right? I'm on the server, I'm safe. And you put secret 2 here, right? If you do this, because this is per instance based, like someone has to call this function in order for it to actually get this, because in theory this here could be like get secret, right? Because this is instance based, or maybe more specifically, more to my point, the only way when you go back to the server again that you actually have the same value is if you actually send it to the client so you can send it back to the server again. But secret here is safe. It will never get sent to the client. It's not all closures. It's only these nested ones. And the question you have to ask is, when do you actually need secret 2 versus saying like, Like, now, don't get me wrong. If you do this, this works. And if I go const function equals whatever, and then I go function secret2. Now, guess what? To be fair, it's kind of obvious why this doesn't work, because this function isn't being called from the server. This function is being called from a client component. So you would have to pass the secret, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's more like, client something, right? And then client some whatever action. I don't, it doesn't really matter what it is. The only way to get secret2 in here is if you actually went, oh, secret equals secret2. And if you do this, well, that's what the taint API is for, because it makes sure that this secret is not going to get into the serialized into the client. Like, I am still struggling on why we want closure extraction. It's because closures work in JavaScript, so they feel more natural, probably. But it's like, the important closures, i.e. the module level scope that you need, like get my database or whatever, it should be able to work here. It's instance based stuff that you can't get in there. And if you don't have closure extraction and you force people, it's very explicit why it doesn't work. Okay, I'm just catching up with chat now. Yeah, okay, let's see here. Sorry, chat, just getting here. You're forwarding your request to a third-party server. The data closure is an ID that means nothing to you, but means something to the third-party API server. So, but like, I'm trying to picture the example here, because like, the only reason that this is a trap is because it's kind of secretly implicit. It's not like an argument to the, basically TypeScript doesn't like save you here. Like, it's not part of the interface. You're like secretly calling the function with extra variables. Like, I guess I'm just talking fundamental standpoint. Basically you would need something that you have to only do here, essentially, and then you have to be comfortable. Yeah, it's interesting though, because like, you could also do it here. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's like, there's two completely legal places to do it. I should make this secret 3, right? Like yes, no. Like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe that, like, thinking about it is too much, but like, I think a compiler could easily be like Babel, like they know, like, if you use it here, they could be like, I'm not saying I've implemented this compiler. It could be like, hey, you're trying to use a variable declared outside of the scope of a server function that isn't, like, maybe the error message would be really hard to tell people, but like, what I'm getting at is like, this seems like just like, I guess now that it's encrypted, we don't have to worry about it. But like, I'm just picturing people like not even secrets, but like const huge blob of data, equals await all the stuff. Wouldn't it be great if we could use huge blob of data in here? Yes. Like, I don't know. Maybe people just won't do this because the use server is Webpack today. Nikhil's made a solution that works with Vite, and we have it in Vinci. I mean, this is a fair question because I mean, we should take some responsibility here because Solid might have been the first to actually propose this action thing. But like this. But to be fair, Blitz.js had something kind of similar. When you have this, I guess we can get right into this conversation right now. But like, there's two things going on. This is why I sort of not sure if I like the action thing. There's the idea that people want compiled RPC functions. They want to make it just like say, hey, this, like, why can't I just say this is a function that I can use on both sides? Actions are both, like, actions equals server function plus routing knowledge. Which is why it's really weird to me that, like, this is why, like, React use server means action, because, like, you basically need the app router, you need RSCs. And this is why when, like, Solid and Bling and whatever had server functions that basically are independent, they're more baseline primitive, they work without, server components. But this, like, when you're in a monolithic system, I'm not surprised people want to say, I just want to declare my API here. You're right. Inline in this component is kind of crazy, right? Like, think what happens if people only declared their actions out here, right? Like, if it's here, then do you notice what ends up happening? Well, yes, clearly that works. Yes, clearly that works. No, well, because this would never work anyway. So yeah, I'm probably just missing like a really obvious thing, and I'm probably gonna like stumble on it next week and look like an idiot. Why use server over $ server essentially? It's a good question. And I definitely feel pressured into React's API. I actually think $server like that is actually better for TypeScript, because you can actually say like, hey, this is an async function. useServer has no, like, see, I forgot to put async on here, but trust me, it's an async function. So I actually should put async on here. But the big difference is, and maybe this is just syntax highlighting. Maybe if we get macros, a different syntax highlight solves it. I'm kind of leaning towards useServer right now because it's actually more obvious that, like, it's more visual that you're actually in a different thing. If you've ever done like, function, server, function, like, I don't know, function. It kind of blends in. I mean, I was playing, I was like, can we do this? Should we do this? Maybe macros should look like, like maybe if there's enough visibility on this. It's an interesting question. Unfortunately, there's a lot of pressure to copy React's APIs because bundlers built with this stuff built in. Yeah, I suppose so, but it's conceptually, I guess, because you're passing. Do they only support passing it to a form? And actually, use server top level is kind of a pain in the ass for, like, I guess it works with what React's doing because they're assuming that use server means actions. But if you want them to just mean functions, there's like it's a little bit trickier thing. Yes, it's already happening. It's already happening. So yeah, I mean, it's funny. I was going to get into this week in JavaScript, but we've actually got right into what I was kind of actually working on this week. Funnily enough, let me just open up Fork for a second. Um, Solid start, Vinci branch, 34 commits behind. Just give me a second here, but I've been working a ton on Solid Start and Solid 1.8, and just git pull install. And for those who don't know, last week I was proposing a different action API, right? I was I was talking about potentially bringing stuff directly into the router, right? And I talked about cache and refresh cache. And then I talked about an action API where you could just keep inside. This has nothing to do with server functions initially. It's just you go action. That's about routing knowledge, essentially, and then pass in an async function. And then you could just use it here and use it here. Again, notice there's no use server. People mentioned to me that my trick for figuring out it with SSR did not work because I can't trust the serializers in the function. So realistically, if you gave your action a name, it would work. I know this is kind of a caveat, but the thing is, if with server functions, like if this is a server function here, like it has use server in it or whatever, we we actually put a URL on the function so the action could actually know what its identity is, and then we could delegate it. Because the trick is with lowercase form, I'm not doing a transformation. I'm literally using a normal form post and then looking at this string essentially. And I showed last stream how you can turn an object into a string using toString, funnily enough. And then we could actually just delegate the form action push and then purely client side have actions, kind of like what Remix is doing with React Router, but do it RPC style. Where what I mean by that is it's not tied to a route. You can have multiple actions per route. We keep that pattern. And what I was getting at is if you make this a server function, it actually just works in all scenarios. Client-side routing, SSR, islands, server components, yes. But client actions would only work without a name in CSR only. If you wanted to actually have it work with SSR and server components or island type situations, you'd actually have to give it a name, which is a small price to pay when I consider most people are probably going to use it with server actions anyways. But this is just a small kind of afternote on what I was talking about last week, because like the idea here is you could either use an action directly in a form or a button, or you can use action and just call it. And then it had this like idea of like optimistic APIs by passing the action directly to like use submission kind of call. So then you could do the like basically optimistic UI. And what this model promotes is, this is what I was getting at, because it's using wrappers like cache or action, it actually promotes not putting use server at the top of your module, but actually wrapping it with the appropriate, router or cache logic here, and then passing in your server function. Doesn't have to be a server function, but in this you can kind of see what the pattern is. And it's interesting because my whole point of this last week of showing this is if you put this in one file where you did all the wrapping and set all your server functions, and then in another file you just imported those actions and stuff, and you just the cache piece, and you just go like create async or create resource today, and then just form action, add to do or whatever. This pattern would work both for client-side rendering, it would work for server components, it would work for everything. like this could, like, is this a server component? Yes. Is this a client component? Yes. Like this is technically a shared component from Solid's perspective, and I think that is essentially where my mind is at here. I know a lot of people. I think the way we're approaching this with Solid Start is actually looking at this from a perspective of like server functions precede like islands, essentially. Like islands have a bigger architectural impact. This is just an RPC mechanism. Now, I'm using use server here because that's what Nikhil's implemented. It's possible the compiler to make it server $. I need, spend more time with both, I think. But like what this allows us to do is very much piecewise put this stuff away, right? Because like put the stuff together. Like you can not use server. One of the biggest problems with create server action was that we started getting down this pattern where we're making like specialized Bling functions, and then everyone would need a custom compiler. Like there's no way we could approach this from a universal standpoint. We just needed inside and outside wrappers essentially. Yeah. I have a hard time believing you'd feel with it will roll up or just I mean, it's the tricky part is this is a bundling problem. This is why Bling wasn't sufficient for these kind of problems, because it's not just like when you see this transform it, you actually have to like walk the graph. Like how should I put it? If your server function is in a lazy loaded module, you still need to know about it. So like it needs to be registered. You can't just, it's not enough to just like have some code that registers it, in the file. You actually have to like import it, which usually like basically break it out into its own virtual module system. Yes. Yes, I agree. See, now we're getting to This Week in JavaScript. See, I thought this is what would lead to this topic. I don't even know. Like this whole thing's This Week in JavaScript, right? Do you want to talk about This Week in JavaScript? I'm just gonna get going right here because there's no real division for me. So I'm just putting the banner up. Yes, I actually have a bookmark here this is almost where this week started for me. I don't think React Server Actions should turn your form method post. There are cases for form get. It's annoying to flip an HTML default people like that. And the truth of the matter is, we choose post because it's easy to serialize, like different like types of data, like not just sticking it on the URL. But it's completely doable for us to, like, if server functions could respect the get here. Someone in the replies was like, hey, form action can be used to customize the form rendering during that for non. So, okay, someone's suggesting that like they hang something off the action, like $$ form. The same way we hang the URL off, we can also like we can definitely do a get. It's interesting. If get is what it should do by default, then I think that's interesting. I find it's weird that I generally only use forms for post. Like I know it's not the default, but like if I'm creating a form, I don't think I've ever not put post on it. But like I get why it should probably be the other way. Yeah, I mean that's yeah, you can basically prevent people from defining it inline in the component. I'm okay with that. Like it's not even inline, it's like in a scope. Like you can't put it inside a function call. You basically say all server functions have to be top level. Yeah, I mean, Yeah, and that's actually an interesting point, right? Because if you don't write the method on here, you're going to get, when there's no JS present, you're going to get like that, you're going to get the default version. But yeah, I think server functions definitely have the ability to support get as well. There's some pieces that we're missing for that, but I saw this and I was like, Ryan Florence is like, right, we're on the same page a lot right now. Like we're looking at the same problems almost. Does their solution not work without JavaScript present? That can't. That's interesting if that's the case. Well, I mean, I guess that's fair too. I don't know. This is an interesting. Yeah, me and Nikhil talked about this. Use server get. It, it's yeah. It This is one of this. I had a list of things that I was trying to figure out this week actually, and I kid you not, like I was like going through the list and like figuring out what I was working on. And if you go down here, can use server work with custom requests like get? Like this is exactly where my thinking is here. Bunch of rough work going on, but I think this is definitely on point in terms of our consideration here for actions. I think it could go either way. So I do have to pay attention of what's reasonable. You always get points for following the standard, but there's probably a really good reason not to. I don't think we need this though. Well, I guess it's interesting because what do you get on the other side? Because you have to make sure that if you don't care, if you don't use that, you have to make sure that people get the same thing on both sides, so that when they like, whether it's a get or whether it's a post, we parse the stuff and it's available to them. We use form data generally, right? We have to make sure that they have the form data object with the right data in it, regardless of whether it's a get or a post. So, yeah, this definitely was one of those interesting conversations. I'm trying to think if there's another one. Yeah, we'll get to Kent's article in a little bit. But yeah, I am still very much in this zone that, I mean, you can understand how I got here, right? If I don't think that action should be implicitly built into use server, then you end up in this kind of model, right? This is all in the hopes of getting isomorphic data fetching that doesn't care about stuff like server components. Because if that's the starting point, we have time to figure out what the best patterns are for partial hydration as we move forward. But you can use all the features today, like suspense on the server. Guess what? Doesn't need RSCs in solid. Server actions. Guess what? Doesn't need RSCs in solid. So I think it means that other people can leverage this stuff, and other people leveraging stuff is something that I'm actually very, very much on my mind these days. Because let me pop this up for a second. Did I install it? Yeah, okay, cool. Definitely having some TypeScript error issues in here, but I'll worry about that in a minute. Really, what's going on here? It looks like this repo, like, how can I, what's the old reset I never see it anymore, the reset TypeScript language server. It's been a while. Anyway, restart. All right. Restart. Really? Is this like thing just... This thing's been open so long, we're just gonna open a new window. I think I've had this like open on my... I don't use this computer for my regular dev stuff all the time. It's just... There we go. Thank you. All right. Okay, so I was working this week on something that was kind of cool. I was removing solid meta from solid start. And you might be like, okay, what do you mean by that? Because technically we still have solid meta here. But what I did was I made it so that it actually ended up here in the meta provider. I put it in the app entry point instead of inside solid start. And the reason I didn't do this before was because how do we know to inject the metadata tags in the head? How do we handle that properly? Classically, Solid's meta provider, and it's because I'm on a version that I didn't update it, but so you can see the old APIs. You pass this tags array in, and then you had to take it and then call render tags on it and then inject it in your HTML where you want it to. So we're doing all this stuff under the scenes. And it's got a similar problem with the router where the meta framework, in order to do asset handling and like handle the requests and stuff properly, needs to be able to like be aware of what's going on. So usually you build the stuff into the meta framework. But I was working on our async local context implementation, which I've added in Solid 1.8.4, by the way. That's what I was working on this week. And I was working on Solid Meta, and I realized something. APIs that we've had for probably like over a year, I just wasn't using directly. See, now, instead of passing it in, you just use it somewhere, and then wherever you call get assets from SolidJS web, because Solid has this hook called use assets inside the web that I'd never tell anyone about because I haven't documented it. And it was something that we're using internally with Solid Start and whatever to kind of inject the assets. What it does is it collects things while you render. It can be synchronously, asynchronously. It just collects all the stuff as you're doing your rendering, and then at some point when it's right, like say you're flushing your stream or you're finishing rendering, you just call this and it retrieves them all, and then you can inject them in the head. And the thing is, Solid, if you actually render this part in the JSX, you don't even have to call get. The render call, like when you call render to string or whatever, automatically injects it in the head at the right time, like when it flushes or whatever. So like we've had this magic for ages, essentially, in Solid as a primitive. And I just didn't think of just doing the most obvious thing ever, which is when you create the provider on the server for, where is it in it? It's server provider, where is it? We literally just call use assets, SSR, render the tags. And then because we have the reference, we can, have it for our add remove tag logic for Solid Meta. And the end result is I was able to actually go into Solid Start, and there is no references inside the start package here to Solid Meta anymore. In fact, in the Hacker News example right now, where I don't use Solid Meta at all, it's not even installed. And so it's like, it's just not, you're not taking that code cost in it. If you're using the Hacker News demo now, just because Solid Start, had Solid Meta, so to kind of get, maybe you weren't using it in the client, so it didn't like get pulled in. It's just not even installed anymore. And my hope with Solid Start, it's not even hope, this is where we're going. With Solid Start Beta 2, you can already see when you look at the bear example here, that look at the imports. Meta provider title from SolidJS Meta, anchor routes from SolidJS router, default error boundary and FileRoutes from Solid Start, suspense from SolidJS. And then this is some app code that I was playing around with context providers. So this isn't actually the bare example right now. This shouldn't be here. But my point is that because we're importing from these directly, they're not being re-exported through SolidStart. SolidStart basically isn't going to own these things. In fact, the router is the router is the next thing that I'm about to remove from SolidStart. So SolidStart won't have a router either. Technically, we're going to ship demo templates with routers, but look what's coming from SolidStart: FileRoutes that we happen to stick into SolidRouter. But the truth of the matter is, if I go in here and go console.log FileRoutes, let's just call it as a function. Routes. Example dev var dev. This is the Vinci branch with everything. If I just go in here and go localhost 3000, hopefully everything still works. What you're going to see here is a bunch of JSON routes, type page, component this, import it here, file path, file path, data, there's no data function, children. Basically, you're going to get the output of the file system router, but this has nothing to do with the routing you do in your app. We chose to use that JSON it's in the format that we made it in the format that Solid Router recognizes. But honestly, the information here is generic enough that you could literally stick this into TanStack Router and essentially be like, bam, Solid Start with TanStack Router. You know, you can also choose not to use the file system routing at all, but that's what you get from Solid Start here. So we are getting very close to the point. This is what I've been working on, these mechanisms to be able to allow Solid Start to not actually be anything. This is why I'm talking about those data fetching APIs, because then we get to move async into like data fetching and stuff into the router, or maybe Solid Core if we want. Async context. So yeah, well, check this out. If you're kind of interested in what I was playing with, it's still considered experimental. I'm going to go into DOM expressions. YA that's not the route, that's the anchor. And I am leaning back towards lowercase a, side note, just so you understand here. These are anchor tags, and then the routes are these things. These would be the routes here. This is just the links at the top of the page. Calling it link is something that React router chose to do and everyone else does. I just don't. I'm not there. In the future, we're just going to do this. I'm pretty sure. We used to do this, and then I switched to capital A. So I hate that I flip flop there, but I think eventually, I think this is ultimately where this goes. If I want to support, server components, things that don't hydrate, like all the different use cases, I think I think we probably end up on lowercase a. Technically, our router already works on lowercase a. It just capital A adds a property that we look for to know, but we do all our routing via delegation, so it works without hydration anyways. But if we are using components as a way of marking like this is a client component, then we'd rather not use capital A, because capital A would suggest that in this case that it's probably a client component. Will SolidJS be replaced by Solid Start? No, like it's exactly the opposite. It's like Solid Start doesn't exist. It's more of like Solid Start is this. Like maybe not. It's like it's basically like, how can I get the file system routing, and how can I have a build system that's set up to handle SSR? Like these are all like. These are all the packages. I guess on the other hand, you could kind of view it that way, because like if this could easily be your starter Vite template, because your starter Vite template could literally not have this, not have FileRoutes, not have literally any of this, and just be like CRA again. And then you'd be like, oh yeah, I feel like having server functions in my CRA app. Well, no problem. I will just add use server here. Like that's kind of what I'm going for here. The thing is, it's not compiler magic. It's just event delegation. That I mean, maybe they're doing it special, but everything that I'm talking about when I'm talking about lowercase form and anchor is not compiler magic. The only compiler magic is when I put a use server or server $sign or something. I tell you when there's compiler magic. I guess you could say that like the JSX is compiler magic, but I'm not doing anything special. Like I'm not. This is this if you write a capital letter function and it's my component or it's for or it's a or whatever, it does your thing. We've got this whole block of logic here actually in Solid Router. Like we already do this. I just made a commit like a while ago to switch it to look for, to like shortcut it a bit to look for like one specific, like we had more heuristics here, but if I go into routing here and then there's like what, create router. Is this it? There's like an anchor. Handle anchor click. Here we go. If none of these, compose path has, yeah, so I did this thing where I added like a link attribute, but if we ignore this stupid thing, it looks for stuff like rel external or download. It looks for it compares it with the base URL of the router and makes sure that like, you know, so if you have like, if it's linking to a different page, it's not going to intercept it. There's a whole bunch of heuristics. Svelte has the exact same thing, to be fair. Svelte works on lowercase anchor. Yes, I am, except for ones that have specific, like point to a different website. Do this. And as I said, Svelte works this way. Solid's router worked this way until like a version or so ago. So, yeah, I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff that we can basically eliminate the routing from. So I think, won't there be resource prefetching associated with anchor tags behavior for soft navigation? We haven't done preloading yet. This is something that I'm still wanting a solution for. Our data functions aren't really well set up for preloading. But yeah, I mean, because Solid's anchor tags used to work this way, and they still do, except that we like shortcut them quickly here. Essentially, like this is the main mechanism that has worked for years. Like I know this works. Yeah, I mean, if you want to play, yeah, for sure. But the thing is, what I'm getting at is there's a whole bunch of things like that naturally. Like the advice is if you, like, I forget, is there another one? But there's a whole bunch of ones that like using the rel. Like basically you just go like rel equals external or whatever. Yeah, okay, let's go here. Okay. So I was trying to figure out a mechanism to get async local storage. So like one of the problems we've had in Solid Start is like, why can't we get the request through? And part of what I was doing in Solid Meta that I was showing in the router is figuring out a mechanism for doing that. So I guess this isn't This Week in JavaScript exactly, whatever. This week's going to be a mess. It's going to be a bit of everything. But what I did was in the server.js, I added a couple new methods. Let me see if I can get to them. These are deprecated. Where's my experimental thing? I added a symbol called request context. And then I added global this. I know I hate this global, but this will work for now. Global this request context get store or undefined. Now this is just a very simple wrapper, and you're like, okay, who cares? This doesn't do anything on itself. But I needed SolidJS web or whatever just to have this mechanism globally in case we needed it ever to like call it inside like our render functions that are defined in here. This is why I didn't just put in Solid. But I don't know if every platform actually supports this. So I just wanted to kind of make a mechanism for it. And then this way, like if this symbol doesn't exist or whatever, and like no harm, no foul, we just continue on, this will just always return undefined. But then when you go into SolidJS, I snuck a sub package in 1.84 in here, solid web storage. And all it is it has this method called provide request event. And this type is also available from Dom expressions. It's just an event that literally, it's just an object that has a request on it, nothing else, but the design is expected to be extensible. And then essentially it's grabbing async local storage. And I put in a separate module. So if you don't import it, you don't import it. So this way, like if like, basically you can choose whether to import it and actually use this feature and have it, not break other stuff. And then this is why I have the detachment. This ends up writing it to the global the request context, and makes an async local storage. And then I call the async local storage.run with this and pass it through. So it's just a very simple wrapper over async local storage. But what it lets me do is crazy stuff that I actually removed some of it from Solid Meta because I was doing stuff. But what it lets me do is when I go into the server setup for the initial link server here, obviously we did this, but what I also did was I get the request event. If it has a key that I just made up called solid meta, then I use that, or I init the server provider here. And what this lets me do is, I am using the context provider here, but I'm not actually using it. I just let it be inserted essentially because the hydration has to match on count. But what it let me do is, when I use it, where is it down here? Use head. Basically, if it's on the server, it tries to get it from there instead of calling use context. And this is future for when we get to server components, when we're in a zone where you can't use context APIs on the server. So this kind of means that like it'll try and use the request event for it, or it'll use the context API if it's not available. And what will happen in the future is this will error out when it's in a server component context. But what I had here, which I commented out for a while, was that I was letting use head actually create the server provider independent of the provider component. So technically speaking, you could use head like in a completely different part of the tree without even having the provider in the tree. I decided against it because it was confusing, but it was just one of those things I think about. But the more important thing here is a library like the router could technically get, because the one thing that event request knows for sure is that it has the request object on it. It could use that to get the URL and stuff. So the hope is that when we go into here, we'll be able to just go like, wherever it is, just be able to go like basically router and bring it out here. And I still have to see if there's pieces that I need to do wiring, but one of the reasons we don't bring it out here is because router needs out. It needs to be able to like send out some information to tell us about redirect handling and stuff. If I can figure out a pattern here, we should be able to actually pull the router out of the framework and into the app. And it could basically work very seamlessly, whether it's client or server, because it knows where to pull the information from. Because there's a bunch of features that are only there for SSR, and now we have a vehicle to communicate them with the core of the framework without having to expose that to the end user, so they don't have to worry about the wiring in their client apps. That's the gist of it. I don't know if everyone followed that. That's a little bit this global this for the future. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, sometimes it works. Why everyone won't content? I mean, it's fine, but like it's funny because like it is fine, but like there's something about the feel of the client-side routing that and the control you get from it that makes people want to continue to build on it. Even stuff like Astro, which is an MPA framework, you add view transition API. It's not doing. It is acting like an MPA, but you're not. And the authoring experience is like an MPA, but you're still doing client-side routing essentially. Like people like the user experience of the client-side routing. So yeah, I mean, no one. It's not like us to rest on our laurels, so to speak. Usually, there has to be a clear distinction of boundary. Like I need to know that something's going on. Like I like it to be bound if possible. Like, but it's tricky. Like for me, that's why like I generally don't like doing compiler tricks in here. But like okay, I'm entering the JSX. I think it has to. If possible, I want the compiler stuff to. I mean, it's hard. JavaScript's a transpiled language, so like we're always compiling stuff, but I want to be able to see the boundaries between the stuff that's transformed and not transformed. That's why I made such a big fuss about serialization boundaries and the React server component syntax. It's tricky because some problems are solvable and some problems aren't. Yes, that's basically it. Very explicit. And I think this is a very careful balance because, like, you could argue that, say, something like quick is great for that because they're very, very explicit. But if it's literally, like, everywhere and it's explicit, like, it's a lot. So yeah, there's a careful balance here. But yeah, I mean I get tangented a bit, but you can kind of see directionally where this is going because when we finish getting these data APIs here, what you're going to end up with is you're going to be doing stuff like, you know, importing action from the router or, you know, whatever we use, create loader or whatever from the router. And essentially solid start is going to be like maybe just these two components. Like we just want to have a nice default error boundary and some, you know, the file system routing. Like I don't know, like this is you know where what these mechanisms are going to enable. I like it's really cool. You know how like I think some people saw like solid query, how it just literally just worked when you wrapped a resource. Like they didn't have to do anything special to inject the JSON in the head or do anything. They're literally just like, okay, wrap create resource, and then you as a developer import solid query, done. Works with streaming, SSR, everything. That's what these primitives allow. Like the asset management means that, you know, you don't want to use solid meta, you have a better like asset, CSS, whatever handler thing. The end user will just literally have to import it and stick it in, and then you'll know that everything is going to be added to the HTML during SSR. Like you don't, no one has to wire it up. Like that is what I'm going for here. Like it's a weird place to be because everyone talks about these opinionated frameworks like Next or whatever, and like this is like just a tiny layer over Vinci, right? Like this is just like as minimal as I can get over that layer, because then there's just incredible amount of power here. You should be able to do anything with this. I have a whole stream where I try to explain the JSX in Solid. I also do video where I like do it live, but let me. It's always a little bit tricky because it's a you know, perhaps complicated topic, But yeah, I, I, the, yeah. Let me see if I can grab the link here so I can drop it in. Sorry, give me 2 seconds. Ryan explains it in every stream, I feel like. Probably to a certain degree, because it's always new to people, right? But yeah, this is the stream that I'm talking about. Yeah, yeah. I mean, this is true. There is a difference between what the boundaries mean, but at least with JSX, the boundaries are very clear. Like you can see the boundaries. Like there's angle brackets and parentheses and stuff, or what's the term? Curly braces. Anyway, this is what I've been working on the last few days or week, and why I've been really excited because, as I said, I pull the stuff back into the router. We finish some other stuff. One thing that I didn't show in this little silly example here is, I mean, again, I don't know if everyone's going to want to be stoked about this, but look what's in entry client right now. Nikhil added the couple lines while I was sleeping. Async function, hello, use server console log, awaits. He just stuck this inside the client entry point of the app. And if you've been watching along here so far, you'll see this hello John has been showing up every time I refresh the page. This is inline server functions. So this is a combination of the bundler mechanism that I was talking about, and the compiled mechanism, because it's hard. Inlining requires the compiler because you need to be able to hoist stuff out, and then the bundling needs to be able to pull into a separate module graph. So yeah, there's some bugs around this right now, but it's here. Oh, nice, cool. Yeah. Yeah, we used to have a 10-minute video, and I've been begging to get it back. And it literally, all the 10-minute video does is it was like right on the top of our docs site. Unfortunately, the guy who created it decided to go and delete it on us one day. It literally explains this. It's something that even if someone tells you, you still don't get it. It's like the signal calls. People just get it. But once you see it once, this is why my talk, World Beyond Components, was so successful for so long, was because you can see this one little segment and suddenly you're just like, oh, right? And I've been dying to get the video link back. See, right now we have this like one link, intro to Solid 100 seconds. There was a second link that was like Solid in 10 minutes, and it was amazing at explaining this. Yeah, I have it in basically all my talks. Like I talk about this like literally all the time. But that 10-minute video was it condensed, and it was like beautiful. We got a voiceover like to say the text, like one of those computers to do it. I guess we just never put it back up. I'm gonna have to talk to David about that. Like if I go to YouTube, go to the SolidJS has a channel, I think. I think we have a channel somewhere. Of course, we're probably not going to see it here because I wonder if I can just like, it's funny, like I don't even know where the SolidJS channel is. Because if I go to my channel, let's see. Can I just go at SolidJS? No, apparently we don't know. Apparently we don't know this one. Wonder if it's like this. Nope. Try all the variations till they work. Yeah, we just don't we don't have the video backup yet. Yeah, pretty much. But okay. But you kind of see how this is shaping up, right? Like this primitive is not actions. It's not reloading the router when you do it or redirecting to server components. This is literally just whatever the hell you want it to be. And I'm proposing that if you want to add routing behavior to your server function, well, you import from the router and then go, yeah, oh, this is an action. You just go SolidJS router, make this into an action. That's where primitives in motion, so to speak. Yeah, I don't know if it will work in 100 seconds. To be fair, the 10-minute video could be 8 minutes. But the part of the reason was the video explained both signals and JSX in one go. So in one go, we basically explain what are signals and then how the JSX works. Because you kind of need both concepts. People coming in are like, what the hell are signals? This one video basically showed what signals and JSX are in. I think even 300 seconds would be hard. But if someone's up to it, it's so funny. When this video got deleted, Primeagen offered to make our intro video if I gave him the script. He said he wouldn't have time right away, but he was like, yeah, give me like a couple months. And he's like, I'll make the video for you. I never took him up on that offer. It's been like 6 months now. Cause I didn't come up with the script for him, but you're working on redubbing it. Yeah. Just picturing Primeagen doing the solid video intro. No, it was very generous of him to offer to do it for us for free. But yeah. Anyway, I hope you can see why I'm getting excited about this stuff, because the pieces are all there, right? Like I just need to finish the pulling the router action stuff in. We need to debug some of the stuff around the recent features, but we have the server functions. We have the async local storage. The reason you want async local storage is so that when you're in here, you can just go const event equals get event or request event, bang, and then be like event dot request, and you can do that. In this case, what you do is you end up getting, it's the full event object that we use in solid start. So yeah, this is why this all ties together. Yeah, I think you could do an amazing job if we came up with the right script for him. Anyway, stuff's so close, right? It just, you can see the pieces kind of fitting together. Anyway, let's get back to the rest of the list on what's going on this week. The problem is because enough stuff's missing, I haven't done a release of it yet. I will do it because there's just pieces missing and kind of buggy. It's probably, as I said, when we get that next couple things in, I'm going to start doing beta of the beta, so to speak. Well, just to test that it all works. So the biggest problem is when we do this release, there's going to be some features that are missing. First of all, there's no static adapter yet or static pre-rendering. So that's going to be gone in version 0.40 until we actually add it back in. Another thing that's going to be missing is the islands router. As you can imagine, that has to now be in solid router. Makes sense, it's a router. But we're not going to have that right away. And the experimental islands mode is in flux. So people who have stuff like the working notes demo right now are not going to have that in the next version right away. Another thing in beta 2 that's going to be missing is like the WebSocket example with Cloudflare and all that stuff all built in, because we had these custom adapters that did this stuff, and now we're using Nitro's generic adapters. So there is going to be stuff that is not present in the new stuff at first. So I'm just trying to get it up to a level where I acknowledging that stuff's going to be missing, but that like I can make all the main examples that I want to in the example repo that I had in here. Where is it? Like I have a list. This is my to-do list, right? I'm actually not going to do them all right now. Right now I've done. It's funny because I moved. These are actually garbage. They're empty. Most of these are garbage. That's so funny. Like these are actually not here. It's fine. I'm not going to worry about it. But I've done like solid styled, Tailwind. I've done all these ones: Hacker News, MDX, solid styled, Tailwind, Bear, and I intend to do MVC, Auth.js, Prisma, TRPC, probably Vitis, though I have no clue how this works with Vinci at first. Yeah, I just want to get these examples back, except for the WebSocket one and the movies and notes ones, except for those three, and then I'll start. People will be able to play with it because all the pieces will be there. Oh, it's on the Vinci branch. If you want, you can go download it right now with GitHub. It's a branch called Vinci branch. It's this branch here. It's up on the repo, so you can go play with it. Swap Prisma with Drizzle, yeah. This is the problem with example templates, right? It's always like the next thing. It's a good question. I have to admit, I look at Vinci first very briefly to look at, he has a bunch of examples. Look at the examples in Vinci to understand how it works, and then you can jump over. You don't have to get like too deep on Vinci, but he has examples of like everything from using TanStack with Vinci to like I'd look at that quickly, and then I'd go to the solid start. Yeah, I haven't been keeping up with it. Prime was very hot on Solid for a while, especially with his work at Netflix. But I haven't talked to him recently, and he's been doing a lot more Svelte coverage recently. So I don't know. Was he excited? Okay. Let me look here. I have never in my career seen technology shoot higher and faster than crash harder than GraphQL. I don't know. I thought this conversation was interesting. The GraphQL conversation. We talk about this on stream a lot. I feel like I might have even talked about this last week on stream because this happened in the morning. So we probably talked about this already. So let's keep on going. This one happened during our stream. So show me the post. I would love to see what anyone from Remix. I've talked to him about it privately, so I don't want to say anything until I know what he said publicly. This one, I looked because honestly, this makes a lot of sense for me. Is this good? I don't know TypeScript enough to understand if this is good, but if this is good, I am all for adding this to Solid's types. Do we have this problem in Solid? This is me just asking the TypeScript community. Oh man, HTMX and us are. I mean, people can obviously, because of how primitive they are, someone could just like stick HTMX in it, and then like when we start going properly, like because it yeah, we could support this stuff. It just, my intention is to basically sidestep HTMX and basically show how you can get all the value of HTMX without introducing a second model, right? Like HTMX has a lot of good, like, I like ideas. It just, the execution is like, it's kind of like, it's like, how many takes on HTMX do I need? But I'm still shifting my thing. I think it feels a little bit these days like if someone came to you with jQuery and React, and then they're like, React wasn't quite out yet, and they're like, here's jQuery, and you're like, yeah, and you're like, yeah, but then you're like, but I see there's a future where there would be something like React. Do I want to use jQuery? That, yeah, okay. So this is good. Yeah, just if this is good and you get people have an idea how to approach it, maybe I should talk to Tanashi. Does all the TypeScript work in Solid, second biggest contributor to Solid. I just made a mental note here because I was like, good for React, good for us. All right. I haven't read this article yet. So maybe we'll leave this a minute. Let's talk some release announcements for a second. Actually, before we do that, let's look here. Is there any Solid news this week? Yeah, our talks from V conference went up. I probably talked about this last stream, so there's nothing big there. New podcast. Yeah. TanStack query went out last week. Sorry, TanStack, like the new update, TanStack 5. But I think we're seeing more and more examples of people using it out there. This is why I love the primitive approach, because people can go and use, if you don't like what, like the actions I build into the router, you can use, yeah, this is another argument for what I was talking about here. You can use this with TanStack. You can just stick use server in a TanStack query. It's not the application result semantics are an added flavor. So yeah, this is, every time I see stuff like this is why I get really excited when I see the ecosystem doing such powerful things. This tweet made my day, made my week, honestly. I know Dax, but it's really awesome to like see people say good stuff like this, because people will always be like, yeah, it's good for this. I use it in my hobby projects. They'll always be very willing to be like, at work I use React, and then it's weekend I use Svelte or Solid or whatever. And like, this is the kind of endorsement that we need, because most people are just like, oh, it's novel. He's basically saying, like, stuff like Cobalt, like our component library, he's actually saying it's not like just good, it's like the best UI component library he's used for any framework. He talks about modular forms, which us and Quick have, created by Fabian, who also made Valibot, right? Solid primitives, like he's talked like this. As I said, it was so good to see such a positive, not like like your typical, like everyone wants to be leveled, like because they know what's going on. He was like, no, this stuff is actually awesome. So this this definitely made me very happy. A lot of people reacted to it too, so. It's funny because more people are using Solid at their work than I realized, but it's like hard to talk about. Like we just had a guest on who said that he's been using Solid at his work, and they use Solid, a bunch, with Tauri and stuff. Like it's very, we're at that point where we're just like something's gonna push, at some point. It's, you can see all the pieces just lining up. I got to finish the work on Solid Start, I guess. Anyways. That was just my Solid news for the week, because it just very, very awesome just to see that. Okay, let's see. We talked about this last week, but the results for Angular 17 are officially now in the table. We remember we were trying to like backdoor into it to see like the performance. Oh, this is interesting. Sorry. This is the first time I've ever seen Vue RxJSX beat Solid Store implementation. That's interesting. Proxies must be slow in this release. Where's Svelte 4? But what was cool is Angular showing off that with their new smarter stuff that they're actually gonna like, this isn't signals. This is just the way they've improved their control flow. They're actually gonna hop up very quickly into Elm territory on performance, which sticks them, where is Vue these days? I can't even see Vue. I thought Vue was faster than Svelte 4. What's going on? There's React. What happened to Vue? Are there frameworks missing? That's so weird. Vue Pinya. Did they like somehow remove Vue from the table? Oh, there it is. Vue 3.36. Yeah, actually, why didn't I see this before? Oh, yeah, so Angular 17 no zone with the new control flow feature actually edges out Vue here. Very impressive performance. It's almost caught up to where Leptos is these days, which is incredible. Those guys are up to stuff. Obviously, the Signals version is back here somewhere because they're not really leveraging. They're kind of leveraging the way Signals the same way, like say Preact leverages Signals. Where's Preact? Like there's Preact Signals. Where's actual Preact? Preact classes here. Anyway, just interesting to see the results now final, so we are actually like submitted, so we can talk about it. It does look though that like even classic Angular, like NG4 Angular 17, is considerably faster than before. What's going on in this table? Do you know what's actually weird? Something's up with this table. Something is very weird going on. The range is tightened. React used to be about 1.8, and right now React is 1.48. It's actually interesting. Something's changed in the browser that React and Preact are almost the same speed for hooks. Jotai, React's right here, 1.42. What's going on? Mithril, I don't think React and Angular, did they suddenly get way faster? Like, did the browsers do some kind of optimization? This is actually really interesting. What the hell? See, there's Angular signals next to Svelte 4, but something is different here. There's Owl. Side note, this is BlockDOM's full actual framework with nice DX instead of just using BlockDOM straight. Elm. Dominator. Yeah, something is very different. You can't tell at the front of the table because literally the front of the table, everyone's like, yeah, oh, look at this. Web components are slower than Solid again. Wow, yeah, something really weird's going on. Solid, Eevee, and Million are literally like 1.056. Like Solid's faster than Rust again, apparently. They did something. So they must have done something that optimized the performance of a lot of frameworks and stuff. It's been a while since we've been faster than raw Rust bindings. But yeah, Solid is in front of raw Rust again. Yeah, sorry, I had to zoom out because I couldn't actually see the table in full perspective here. But what I'm getting at is that it's been a while since we've been like second, or we're basically, I mean, Million technically has this mark, but I don't care too much about it. But like, it's been a while since like stuff like Rust have been slower than the JavaScript frameworks. This is very interesting. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Something is Blazor still at the very end? Yes. Blazor still holding champion. Yeah, I mean, we didn't expect anything different, did we? These are mostly things that are considered kind of like cheats, or like this directly manipulates the DOM. So like obviously vanilla.js has to do it, so it gets 772, but it means that like you can't really, like when you can sit there and just go like I'm going to add stuff to the DOM element directly and not use the declarative syntax, it's sort of like sidestepping it. So that's what 772 is. 1139 is runtime code generation. I don't know if that's a problem, right? It isn't. It's just somebody had an issue with it for some weird reason because they were worried about like eval statements. This isn't a benchmark thing. Like some people just wanted to know. Like WASM has it too. It's like it doesn't affect performance. It's just like a security concern. 1261 is manual caching of VDOM nodes. Oh yeah. So this is like a little bit cheating, right? Like it's okay if you write something that automatically caches VDOM nodes, but if you expect the developer to sit there and like cache the VDOM nodes for you, like it's not really like the DX is not very good, right? Like, can you picture running something and you're like creating some JSX and then you're like, okay, I'm going to hold on to those for a minute so that I can like not render them next time. 801 is manual event delegation. This one out of the notes doesn't bug me very much. It's just saying that like instead of like the framework doing the event delegation, you basically it on the click event there's code that's like find me the element and get the data from it essentially. So it's like it is a little bit DOM because you have to like walk through the tree to find the element that with the event and the row. Like basically you get the clicked element and then you walk up to the parent and get the row data off it and then use that ID to update the data. And then, yeah, I think you get the idea of this stuff. What about Evie? Evie is by Boris Call. We talked about him a bunch during the Inferno stream. I said Dominic, we've written the fastest VDOM library. It's the Inferno here. I meant popular VDOM library. Evie has been probably the fastest virtual DOM library forever. He now uses block DOM type approaches, but like what you notice, he has none of the warnings on his stuff. He's legitimately, you write code. I actually don't really understand. Evie syntax sometimes gets me, but it's also like he doesn't put hacks in his stuff. It's probably he's written probably the most optimal VDOM implementations for like the last like 10 years. At different times, EV2 was slower than Solid. This was my target for the longest time. I was always trying to keep up with EV, like, and over time we've like gone back and forth. But yeah, this is the fastest virtual DOM library. Hyperscript. Well, depends what this is, a client rendering update things. If you mean Hyperscript is in what we classically called Hyperscript, which was actually JSX, then yes, some of these libraries use that Hyperscript, but Hyperscript is getting a term now because of HTMX, which is a different term for Hyperscript. Like if you classically went here and went like, oh, Hyperscript, and looked it up, you'd get an old, where is it? Hyperscript. Is this the one I'm looking for? Yeah, this is Hyperscript. This is like 11 years ago, okay? Recently, it's come up again because someone else has tried to hijack that term. But to be fair, they probably had some older school thing here, like this Hyperscript. There's none of these ones because it's completely client rendering test. Side note, Fabio, just for your knowledge, Boris was the one who originally pointed out the cost of having too many, of not grouping effects. He basically said that these approaches would never scale because of the overhead of creating too many different things, and he basically created a whole benchmark showing how reactive libraries weren't as fast as VDOM. And then I shot back when I wrote the fastest way to render the DOM. This article, which I can put here, was basically taking his test and seeing if I could. Oh no, it's not this one. Sorry, not the fastest way to render DOM. Sorry, real cost of UI components. I took his test and tried to. Yeah, sorry, my bad. Wrong one. This one. And tried to show the how performance scaled by breaking stuff apart. To be fair, this doesn't add that many more bindings, but it was basically I took his original benchmark when I did this one. Okay. Anyways, enough fun with benchmarks for now. It's just cool to see something's going on with the performance in Chrome clearly, and also something good's going on with the performance in Angular. When we can see, here's lit 3. Yeah, this is interesting. Yeah, I think a lot of the browsers seem to be, or at least Chrome seems to be optimizing for this stuff more. It's been a very long time since React has been in the 1.4 range. It's very interesting. But it actually makes sense. Can you guess what the fastest React framework is in the benchmark? Version, there's React with hooks, there's React with recoil, with Jotai, with legend state probably. Can you guess what the fastest React implementation is? No one want to guess? No, Million isn't React. They compile to something different and then run it in a pseudo thing. Yeah, no, no, not with Signals. Signals would make. Where's React with Signals? Somebody made that here. Where is it? There's literally something called React Signalis. The fastest version of React is, where is it? React 18 plain with nothing. Because when you add any state library to a framework, you make it slower. All right. I mean, that's how it should be, right? That it makes sense when you add. Yeah, there's preact signals. Preact signals is right here, 143. Do you know what's faster than preact signals? Preact with classes. Yeah. React with classes. Yeah, they did some kind of optimization because React with hooks was faster than React with classes for a while. So I think they've been doing some thing. But my point is that there's a difference between state management for an existing system and building a system from the ground up on the state solution. Anyways, Million is an interesting one. As I said, some people are asking if it's React. Well, it's not. It's not actually React. It's they basically shortcut it. It's the technique that Aiden uses for putting Million inside React is almost identical to that demo. He said he was influenced by it, if you watch the stream, by that demo where I put Solid inside React. It's basically just injecting another framework inside the framework. Your JSX is no longer React JSX. It's just React treats it as one block or virtual DOM node or whatever, and Million handles diffing that whole section. Yeah. I mean, Preact is actually one of the most sensitive to staying lean. We've had a hard time staying lean here. I think if I look at this one, yeah, we added zero point 0.3 something. Solids 1.8 got to 150. We used to be 149.3, so we're almost half a kilobyte larger here, which is actually a little bit disappointing. Whereas if you find Preact, I think they're around 147 in this example. Where is Preact? Oh, 154. Interesting. Right. This app must be small enough that we haven't hit. Oh, it's because the code is bigger when there's classes. What about Preact hooks? 158 for signals. Yeah, it's smaller, but it's not small enough. Okay, never mind. Solid is smaller than Preact here. Sorry. When it on the Preact scales slightly better, so it usually crosses Solid. But for an app like this, which is like basically like one table, it's like a hello world. I guess Solid's still like tiny bit smaller than Preact. Yeah, generally speaking. But and in a small demo like this, adding the extra hooks still is showing up. It's funny. It's because writing class components is actually larger than just like writing hooks compared to hooks implementation. Yeah, lean and performant. Yeah, like another one is Inferno is Million's pretty small in this demo, 147.7. Inferno is 165, so it's like sizably a bit bigger. Anyway, enough benchmarks. Just cool to see, obviously. Yeah, I did the filters for you lazy people. Thank you. But yeah, no, very cool to see Angular. Kind of go ahead. What else I got here? Every week, I don't know if you've been paying attention. And I know I work in Netlify, so people are probably like, blah, blah, blah. Here's Ryan's Netlify segment. I never did this historically. It's just that it feels like every week, Matt Billman just like sneaks out this blog post and like a few people notice. But like, you're just like, why doesn't everyone have this? Why can't, like, want your cache key to understand a cookie value? Want your cache key to respect pagination? Like, we're Netlify's been going crazy, not crazy, but going really strong with these using the headers approach recently into this kind of primitive thing, and it's turning into quite a powerful solution. I said, when I quoted it, I'm like, small but valuable improvements, but like they're starting to add up. Like when you think about this, and I love this because again, I don't have to worry about this now that much on a framework level, right? I mean, I'm obviously in talks with people in Netlify about how to automate some of this stuff and set up good patterns, but like generally speaking, it's not like, okay, now I have to worry about SSG or whatever. It's like we're talking about just a bit of header manipulation to kind of get the results you want. This stuff is very cool. If Jared had finished with Bun and been working some Bun framework, you'd all be down the benchmarks. Yeah, I never want to bet against Jared on that kind of performance level. The tricky part is like the JS framework benchmark. There's like basically almost nowhere to move. We're sitting at like a few points from vanilla at this point that I wouldn't expect if Jared even came in for there to be much of a movement. But yeah, I never bet against that guy. That guy's insane. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things where when you solve it at the right layer, the problem is it's just not a problem I like thinking too much about because I like there's always cases where caching isn't involved, and so I solve for the core mechanisms. But to know that this is available to me is huge. And like as I said, I, like you just have to go to Matt, and obviously he's the CEO or whatever. He's criminally underfollowed because he's kind of a quiet guy. But like he it feels like every one of these, every frontend cloud, targeted cache control, instant global cache purchase, stellar and validated support, cache tag the dimension. They've been like leaking these out once a week, like it feels like for like the last 6 weeks, and it's it's just it's just pretty cool to see. Like this is the future of the web that I want to see. Anyway. Is this my spicy tweet of the week? I know, Rob. We've been working on standard stuff. I'm just being a little bit. It occurred to me at some point when I was reading this post about web components, and everyone knows I'm not the biggest web component fan necessarily. I actually use web components in production on a website for 7 years. I went through all the pain that was there, and it's fine. Every system has its ups and downs, but he was talking about all the people who use web components and how they use it and why they use web components, and this is definitely true. So it's not about using them. Some of the I think was it Reddit redid their stuff with web components and GitHub, and there's so many people using them. But then I was trying to think of how to frame it, and I'm like, I'll ask people in chat, do you guys, like, when you go to start a new project, the first thing in your mind, you're like, I want microfrontends, right? Like, there was a while where everyone's like, okay, I'm going to set up the ideal project. I'll have microfrontends and blah, blah, blah. And it'll be like this most advanced architecture. And it's like, I guess sometimes that's a baseline need you have because you're distributed teams. But like, it's never the best solution for like the final UX. You just need it because it solves a practical problem you have on the people side. Only if you're quick. Well, the reason Quick wants to solve this is because they know that it's a real need eventually, and they know that the way to actually solve it out there, most solutions suck. Like, I'm sorry, no offense to Module Federation or whatever, but like stuff like there are ways to do Module Federation properly, and the people who on the server, but the people behind it have like paid services. Like if you actually want to do microfrontends properly with this stuff, they make you go buy their things. If you just go, oh, I have a Webpack, I have Module Federation, ta-da, you get like the worst crap you've ever seen. Like it's just terrible. Like you're like stitching the stuff on this client and you're loading all these different versions of stuff, and it's like I can't picture a way to just be like, okay, let's try and kill our app. So like Quick knows this, and they're like, okay guys, this is how you should do micro front ends. Like, don't worry about that stuff. That stuff is garbage. Like, ask Misko about his experience with micro front ends at Google or whatever. Anyone who's worked at these like large companies, they're like, yeah, I know micro front ends. Like, especially the people on the platform teams, like people building the frameworks and the tooling, like they work so hard to try and get these optimizations, and then like the product team's like micro front ends, and you're just like, fuck my life. I think web components are a bit like that. Like, it's kind of like you could be doing all this component stuff and you can be designing all this stuff, and then it's like, no, let's make them all DOM elements for no apparent reason and like slow the whole thing down. Like, it's good because it's a fixed interface, kind of like micro front ends, where you know what you're going to get and different teams can interact with each other, and there could be a need for it. But like, it's never the ideal way to make the solution. So I don't know. It's kind of interesting. Like there's uses as a framework. There's uses. Astro uses custom for the Astro elements, not as the same as web components. Yes. There's uses and for them, and like I can see stuff, but you can't pick them up and go like, okay, I'm going to use React or I'm going to use web components. And every place that I put a React component, I put a web component. No, that's terrible. Actually, I did this for a bit when I was in that app for production. We had a news feed, right? And we built it using web components as our components. So like cards, and then, image layout components, and then like the actual like grid itself, which was was it Justified? It was one of those ones where, no, it wasn't Justified. It was the other one. It was Masonry style, but we didn't want it to scroll down this way. We wanted it to still go across, so the height calculations are fun. Anyways, we had all these components that are all web components, and it's just like the amount of overhead on the web component wrappers was significant over time. Like it was fine at first, but like we had so many extra DOM elements in the DOM that we were manipulating, and we had drag and drop, and like, yeah, yeah, friends don't like friends. I mean, there's probably places you need to, like, when I was right about leaving eBay, they were looking at micro front ends. And because teams were basically inventing their own solutions anyways, so they wanted to consolidate. And I can get behind that. eBay was able to avoid micro front ends for almost 3 decades, because they were an MPA framework. They already had isolations. Isn't that crazy? People expect something like eBay to have micro front ends. eBay barely doesn't really have micro front ends in a standard way, and they've been running that way for like 25 years or whatever, you know. So yeah, I don't know about quick specific micro front end solution. I'm just saying I know why they care about it. Yeah, it's one of those interesting things. Like, don't get me wrong. It was interesting because people like pointing at my negativity towards web components. Like, I made a joke about like, will this be the year of web components? You know, it's likely it's the year of Linux desktop. And then literally, like, I swear people were praising that this was the year of Linux desktop. Um, I think they just have this place in the universe, and I think micro front ends and web components are the right mental association to make. More and more I think about it, because web components are also very popular in the no build crowd and the like Rails backend types. So like I see this aligning of stuff, but like, yeah, yeah. I actually wrote a whole article about this. I showed it earlier about how I wrote the real cost of components, and I made a comment. It was in that article. So I built Solid for web components. It was in that article originally that I linked earlier, where I was like, wait, why do I need web components when like stuff got faster? You know, like with that when I removed them, and that's when Solid really took off when I realized I didn't need web components for it anymore. But something was funny was real. No, remove real. Okay, it was on the other page. Real cost of components revisited. This is I delayed putting this one out because I didn't want to rub it too hard against lit. But the point of this in this article, I used a JS framework benchmark to benchmark web components versus as they scaled as more components. And I kept lit in here. But what I did was I made the vanilla implementation just use plain JavaScript and plain web components like written by hand. And the end result was that by the time I got to the most excruciating level of components, like if I'd used Eevee instead of Inferno, it probably would have been even more impressive. But when I got to the point where I was making every table cell a component, oh, Solid was actually faster than vanilla JS, like that most handwritten web components, which shouldn't surprise anyone. And this isn't just like the whole table. This is me making like separate components for each, thing. And Inferno was as fast as the web components. It was just like when I put the whole table together at the end, it looked like, okay, whole app in one web component, all hand optimized vanilla was the fastest. Then Solid, all, in one component. Then Solid in a component per row. And then web components with a component per row. Then Solid, yeah, like basically, I mean, it's web components are bad, but lit was like way out here. Anyways, it's my point is like it was just a pure cost overhead for what. Anyway, what did I want to say here? Yeah, lit HTML will be faster. Yeah, and web components are a good migration tech as well. So, and sometimes web component solutions use, or sort of micro frontend solutions use web components. I didn't mean to go this hard on this. Yeah, Astro is a decent use case for them. We use them for our micro frontend solution for eBay, where we use them kind of as like an iframe mechanism. The problem we hit was a declarative shadow DOM, or at the time didn't work with streaming, so we couldn't use it for style isolation, which would have been like really sweet. Anyway, you could see how they're kind of in the same category. So I think this is the biggest problem with this conversation. It's not about comparing web components to the framework. You should think about them as like a interface. And when you need the interface, you need it. Do you know my favorite use of web components? SDKs that work on low JavaScript environment type stuff, like your marketing site. Like, I think web components are the perfect fit for shipping something maybe that work on WordPress, or something that would like a widget, like Zendesk help widget. You know, if you want to put that on like a WordPress site or something, or like a marketing site or whatever, little bot thing, and you just put a web component on, I think that's wonderful use of web components. I think you could use it as a design system if it was very low level. It is hard when you start getting into the details, like controlled, uncontrolled, and stuff. Like, but you know, it seems like it could be a thing. Yeah, I'm gonna be in the Angular documentary. Anyway, let's get over to the releases now that I've taken enough time with this stuff. Yeah, they don't. But we needed, like, obviously iframes have other downsides for our cases for stitching. Anyway, so okay, let's talk releases here. Astro 3.4 is out now and partial to this release, which makes it easier to use hypermedia libraries like HTMX. Okay, it's so funny. I went to the Astro guys, maybe not Matt Phillips, but I went to Fred, and I'm like, and I was like in a private chat with him and a few guys, and I'm like, I want to see Astro with HTMX examples. I'm like, if I'm using JS backend and I want to use HTMX, Astro is a logical choice. And I think Jay Larkey is going to be the first person to agree with me on that. I said that to them like a month ago, right, or longer now, like right around the beginning of September, around the 3.0 release, and Fred was like, I don't know, I think people who use Astro on one side and people who use HTMX are going to more likely, use a non-JS backend. Yeah, but I'm like, if they do use JS backend, Astro is what they're going to want to use. So yeah, a little bit of disbelief there, but I'm glad to see this thing. Okay. Oh, okay. So literally, oh, so Astro's. Oh, okay. It's funny. The stimulus do this partial swapping. I thought stimulus was just, yeah, it probably does actually, but with a JavaScript interface. It's funny. I tried to put stimulus in the JS framework benchmark. I thought it would be fun because I know it will be terrible, like absolutely terrible. It will be back with Blazor probably, but I mean, I'm not 100% sure, but like Alpine was. But they didn't have enough APIs for me to do it without basically just using vanilla JS. So it didn't work. But if I understand this feature, they're just like you put this keyword here and it turns this into an HTML an API route essentially. So instead of like trying to render a whole page, it will just send back this HTML. So this is just like, don't treat me as a page, treat me as an API route. Okay. Love it, honestly. This seems like such a small, easy thing to implement. And then now people will know that this is the home of HTMX and JS. It's just funny. I get the conflict because a lot of people say they use HTMX because they don't like using JavaScript. But, that's funny. Yeah. But to do that, like essentially they're just saying like the funny thing is if you send back some partial HTML when you render a page, like if you just sent this back and on a full page reload, the browser's going to wrap this in like a head and body tag and everything, and then you'll have like this list item in the middle of some body tag. So like I'm gathering this is just to escape out of like their rendering pipeline. Like this is just like, don't put all the stuff that we usually tag on there in Astro. Just treat this like it's almost like it's a JSON request. Because they don't add that stuff, I imagine, when you just return JSON. Yeah, no. So, yeah, this is good, and it aligns. See, because the same people excited about Astro are the same people. There's a group of people that overlap, at least with the HTMX people. Most of the HTMX people, you're right, they're using Rust and Go, and there's a bunch of them who are like, oh yeah, I don't like JavaScript or whatever, and that's fine. They're wrong, but that's fine. But but like this is the in the JavaScript ecosystem, this is the right overlap. So I think this is a smart move. Was there any other features in this release? Sorry. Dev overlay? Ooh. I like it. So you can see where the client components are? Okay. I think I saw something like this in Quick. This is cool. I think people are gonna like that. Okay. Nice. So previous to you need an API with the return API. Like, exactly, yeah. If you just like use some like tag template literal and like return to string, I think that's essentially what the difference is. Yeah. Okay, next 14. Nice. Faster performance for development, not probably. Server action stable, partial pre-rendering preview. I'm interested in this feature. Next.js course learned. Okay, so nothing too exciting for Next 14 here, other than, I guess, stable server actions, but we've been looking at them for a while. And the partial pre-rendering preview is probably the cool thing. I know people are excited about how fast the DX is, but I always assume that these guys would make things faster. I know this was actually a big deal for people trying to use RSC's early days, so maybe this is, yeah, so integrated with caching and revalidation, that's good. Is there anything interesting here? Let's take a look at this. Async function on submit, form data, fetch. Okay, so this is a typical client-side submission. You give it an on submit. Yay. Server action stable. Okay. That's fine, which would probably trigger. So what's about caching and redirect? Validate tag. Redirect to a different route through redirect tag. Use optimistic. Use form state. Okay. I gotta see this. This is confusing to me. You're telling me the difference between state and status is whether I'm on the client or the server? Oh, this is loading states. I see. So this is like the is pending. And then this is like the... Oh, this is the optimistic updates. This is like the error handling on the server. It's just... The use is interesting. Does this work in a server component even though it has a use prefix? Coming up with the conventions around like what hooks can go on the server in RSCs are not as confusing as hell. But yeah, okay. They have a path and a tag-based revalidation. That makes sense to me. And it's just functions you call from within your response of your use server. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I'm trying to think, what's the benefit of... Yeah, that's an interesting one, isn't it? I need to see their data fetching cache APIs. They must persist more than the request, otherwise the revalidate tag stuff doesn't work. Security model, is this the security? Yeah, so they're suggesting this, yeah. Okay. Yes. This is interesting to have to teach this. React Taint API. Okay. This all makes sense. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just kind of... Here we are. Yeah, this is about the post request thing. Okay. I'm the cache is the cache. It's because the mutations cause a page to get re-rendered, right? Essentially, like most of the time you do that and then you say refresh the page. So I'm like, is the cache data that you're invalidating or key that you're invalidating, it isn't cached in the client, it's cached on the server, which means it's not this isn't a headers mechanism, I don't think. This has to be like a... Because if it's just headers, then like... That's interesting. Because like if you were doing an actual redirect and then you can tell to return the cache response. I don't know. I need to look at this. So you can do action that doesn't cause re-render. Oh, okay. So the specific, it wasn't in here, but it's like the specific Are all invalidations explicit then? Because like I'm thinking the remix pattern. Generally speaking, you do any mutation on a page, like it's gonna be like the current page needs to be re-rendered again. Like because I think I just need to actually see an example of an action that does invalidation. It's so funny that the examples don't actually show. Okay, here it is. Okay, this is what I need to see. So they. Okay, love it. Okay, this is the problem I was having because our actions aren't tied to URLs. So you actually, if you need the, so we were redirecting back to the current page we were on. Right. Perfect. I got it. Okay. See, I was thinking about writing a lot of these rules into the action handler's options, but what they're doing is that they're doing it as in the function itself. I got to think about that. That's cool. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, this is what I was missing. I get it. I part of me was wondering like, is revalidate path similar to redirect? But I guess if you needed to, you could revalidate the path you're about to redirect to. Oh, interesting. It doesn't return the redirect. Hmm. Interesting. Okay. Just catching up here with chat. Yeah. See, I was following Remix's convention of them of basically doing opt out, but opt in makes a lot of sense when you detach the actions from the. Huh. Yeah, exactly. It's because, yeah, exactly. So we were writing a lot of redirect to ourselves code when we were doing solid start stuff. Okay, this is good. I can get behind that. Yeah, this is actually perfect time for me to be looking at this because I'm just finalizing a lot of these APIs for the generic version that I'm bringing back into the router. You can see what I'm kind of doing, right? I'm like taking like Next is much closer to where I was thinking things were in terms of like having actions separate from the URLs. But I'm also doing what Remix did of moving them back into the router and away from the meta framework. So um, I should get a little bit more influence from here. I'm gonna read this up more later. I think it's pretty cool. All right, good stuff. Um, it does. I think people will be excited about this being like more stable. Actually, you know what? I want to read about partial pre-rendering. Let's see what this is. Optimize, motivation. No new APIs. Partial pre-rendering is defined by your suspense boundaries. Oh, okay. Sure. Okay, the suspense fallback is. Oh, oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, this is helpful because these suspense boundaries aren't nested. But basically, when it gets to the first suspense boundary, it stops. Like, I don't mean first thing, but like it doesn't go deeper. and it shows cart skeleton. So this is just the synchronous version. Huh. This is so ironic. The reason I'm laughing about this right now is when I first created Solid SSR solution, I built render to string, which is dirt simple, synchronously generate the string. But then I was like, okay, how do you do data fetching? And like, in React libraries, they had all these crazy things where you fetch a header, do this. And I was like, no, I got suspense. And so keep in mind, this was like 4 years ago. So like my understanding of where stuff is today was not quite there. But I was like, okay, how do I make this update? And I got to this really tricky place where I was benchmarking reactivity on the server, and it was freaking slow, and I was using trying to use like JS DOM, and it was I think I actually wrote an article about this struggle. What was it? How we wrote the fastest again? What was it? How we wrote the fastest JavaScript UI framework again? Yes. Here we go. This article is all about my struggle here. Anyway, I eventually realized that streaming and synchronous were actually almost identical, because I hadn't got streaming HTML working yet, but I realized that I could synchronously render the HTML like this, and then have the client render the holes by just feeding it, by serializing the promises and feeding it. And this was solid streaming rendering pre 1.0. And then, but people wanted to do static rendering. And because of static rendering, only reason I added render async, so that it would wait, and then it would like fill in all the holes and you get the final HTML. But I had to use a completely different method that used to keep the reactivity and stuff. Like it basically was a mess. I eventually managed to merge streaming and async and like come up with this whole system. But this, if you go on Solid today and run a suspense app and then go render to string, this is what you get. So ironically, I actually think building this feature, like we actually already have this, ironically. It's just a matter of if you could tell the application to, the interesting part is how to, like, getting it to render the shell is dirt simple. How to get it to, is this, I wonder if they do this smart or they do this dumb. Oh man, I'm gonna have to look at this. Do you understand? Because like the dumb way to do this, which I love, just picture that. You cache this response, which is the synchronous response, which is super easy to cache. You just like run SSR, render a string on it, and you render the fallbacks, and you have the holes and everything, right? And then when the request comes in, you just send that back immediately, and then you render the whole thing again, even the parts that are static. And then because starting from these holes is actually kind of tricky. You don't like, how do you know where the suspense boundaries are to do? But what you could do is render the page as normal, and then, but as long as you send this cache stuff back, like instantly, stick it on the CDN, whatever, this will work, right? Like, but I can't figure out how to not render this again on the next upcoming request. But if you render it again, it's actually fairly simple. Is that? Yeah, it's just interesting to me. Now that I know what this solution is, I think it's just a matter of throwing away the synchronous render. So basically, like, send the response right away and throw away the synchronous render, which is fine. We're just generating a string. And then continuing from there. Like, this is literally a single toggle in the render to stream method. Huh. I thought this caching thing was going to be complicated. It's probably complicated to make it more performant, but again, I don't know if it matters, right? Because what's the cost? Like, as long as you respond fast, the cost of rendering it once again, like, if you can render 10 times faster than React anyways, at what point does the tipping point hit? Oh, that's cool. Okay. Maybe I will get to use those new Netlify cache headers after all. Interesting. They might have a more advanced version of this, but like the simple solution actually would get most of the benefits. So I think that's actually kind of cool. Wait till we finish learning Next 13. Is that the most popular response? Oh man. To be fair, it doesn't sound like Next 14. It's just an incremental thing. It's not a big change. Okay. Let's finish up here with Kent C. Dodds' article. All right. Now, I haven't read this either, but my take here, just at a glance, is you're like, okay, Kent is a great guy. He's energetic. I talked to him. He was so excited when I gave that Solid talk in November at the conference that shall not be named. Like, he saw the JSX explanation and just clicked for him, and he's like, I get it now. He's got great energy. We talked a lot about Remix, and he loves Remix. He's not on the team, but he is a big Remix guy. So him saying why he won't use Next.js is not surprising. So I wonder if there's more to this. Lee responded? Okay. That's interesting. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Modern approach. Dissatisfied current framework. Second guessing yourself. All alternatives. In any case, you got a decision to make. There's a lot of modern frameworks to choose from. I'm using Remix. Of course you have been. As Next is a very popular alternative. I chose Remix instead of Next. Okay, that's fine. On the positive side of software development, and much rather, yeah. So this is all like why I use Remix and not bashing Next. Okay, yeah, of course. This website was actually built with Next. Whatever use is probably fine. Okay. Preamble done. I've been building something for nearly a decade, blah, blah, blah. Build testing library, yes. Enzyme, wrapper, a bunch of stuff. Sorry, I'm just skimming it. Next.js is an enzyme. Where Next is used to allow you to interact with the request. Expose those APIs directly, yeah. Yeah, I like this. We took this from Remix and SvelteKit. Okay. He did it. Sorry. Any time someone brings up Angular, yeah, I think he's just telling me he's a closet solid convert, and he just doesn't even realize it yet. Because we can make that same argument against Angular against React these days, I think. Let's keep on going. Open Next. Oh man, Open Next is such the perfect name for that project. Is it still out here? Yeah, it's the AWS guys, because yes, you can deploy Next in a Docker file, but if anyone who's actually trying to make Next like Vercel, like there's only a couple places where you can get the full Next experience, and almost none of them immediately. Basically, either you deploy Next to Vercel and you get the full experience day one, otherwise you deploy to Netlify, where you get the full experience about a month later. Or what OpenNext was trying to do is bring that full experience to AWS kind of platforms, because just putting Next in a Docker is not full Next. OpenNext takes the Next.js build output and converts it into a package that can be deployed on any function the service platform is. Now only AWS is supported. For those great, it's not good opportunity for structures. AWS hosting, blah blah blah. Next.js, unlike Astro, doesn't have a way of self-hosting using serverless. You run it as a node application. This, however, doesn't work the same way as it does on Vercel. Exactly. Yeah. Yep. Seriously, we have ninjas at Netlify to make Next work as well on Netlify as Vercel. It is not like, yeah, deprioritized. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Man, I'm liking this already. Okay, so this article is very predictable. Sorry, yeah, okay. To be fair, he is playing into this whole thing. My understanding of the situation is React team wants to be able to work on features. They have to get buy-in from a product team. Server components, this whole direction, they got minimal buy-in for it. They got that buy-in from I think Workplace or one of those, Dominic was talking about this last stream about was that Workplace was his and theirs was ads. In any case, they got a bit of buy-in. Vercel's letting them actually build it full out. So very attractive to the more known people on the React core team. But the truth of the matter is there are so many other people who work on React full time at Meta, people working on Forget, people working on native. And when the notable core team people moved on to Vercel, a lot of they just moved some people over from native onto web, and essentially there is a giant React team working at Meta on React they're not all the people but they're new names you're beginning to know, people like Josevana and Ellie White, so there's just a shift going on there. So it's not like Next owns React, but they do own I'd say some of the key mind share. So I get the argument here. That's why people like Matt Carroll are reaching out, because Meta has a different React team. I think what's interesting about this is, and both teams get along, well, so it's fine. But it would be interesting to know who really actually holds the reins, so to speak. My guess is that it's actually the Vercel side a little bit in terms of ultimate vision, but there's only Vercel resources are actually a lot less than Meta working on React. So I think I wonder if this will ever actually come to an interesting place. But Seb's at Vercel, which is interesting. I think there's a few pieces at play at least, but it's not just Next eating React. I think it's a little bit more complicated than that. Highly concerned about customer Next team prime marketing experimental features is stable. Blah blah blah. Sure. Too much magic. Overriding global fetch. Okay, so he's just the taint API. Okay. So they move slower. You also have a smaller team. I know that's not what he's saying, but let's keep on going. Yeah. Server components, capability. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so he's just saying Next isn't stable. Yeah, so making sure him web platform. App router. Yeah, he's pointing out that get server side props was basically the same as remix loaders. Yep. Do. Yep. Yeah, see, he says how to deploy to Docker. I'm sorry, Lee. You're not. This. I'm gonna move on. I agree with everything so far here on the technical side about the web platform thing being overplayed, but this is not sufficient. It's fine. Open Next exists for a reason. For sales pricing, I don't really care. Relationship with React. They betting on the future React. I agree. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is an interesting transition side. This is. It's very clear from the back and forth here that there's a lot of very complicated interactions here that we have to understand to understand how these things work, which might be an argument on Kent's favor in terms of just like the less things, the better. I think there's some friction between Remix and server components, but I guess we're going to see how this plays out. Why I'm using Next. Why I won't use React. That's what I need to write, right? Yeah, these people have been working on React in different forms for ages. I was just saying like the public hasn't been as aware of this stuff until more recently. Who should we blame? Yeah. The only reason I'd be tempted to write that article is just because of how funny this back and forth is. Because like, I actually think that is almost more impactful than the difference between Next and Remix. Like these guys are already assuming that you're using React, and that's probably the much worse assumption to make in the first place. Yeah, and the sub gets to write why I use React. Yeah. You know. Anyway. Well, it was another interesting week. What can I say? Yeah, and we're not talking about Twitter. The more I look at the details of these problems, especially around the actions, the least happy I am in terms of how clear cut this stuff can be. I generally default on the side of web standards. So do most of us. But that might actually be the harder path in the long run. But I'll look into it. I mean, maybe. Kenton, there's something I was talking to someone about a while ago with Misco, because he was talking about people were getting on his case for being too critical on Twitter of React or whatever, and people are like, calm down, Misco, you're attacking everyone and trying to force them to use Quick. And they're like, and he's like, what am I supposed to do? And so a bunch of people were like, be more like Orion. And I'm like, and he's like, what do you mean? And I was talking to him a bit, and I was thinking about Ryan Florence too. He was actually talking. They were talking about me, Ryan Carniato, not Ryan Florence. But I was talking about Ryan Florence, and the truth of the matter is, the trick to social media, I think, is to find the balance of how much spiciness or how much you want to tailor your responses. Like, the thing is, if you aren't controversial, it's way easier to get attention when you're controversial. But if you're controversial too much, it backfires, and honestly, you don't really want to deal with it. But if you, like, Kent's like known as a generally very nice guy, and not in people's faces. So if he does something like even ultra controversial like once a year, no one really cares. And I think there's a certain threshold, right? Ryan Florence was getting up to about once every 3 days, and that was, kind of too much. Misco was like in that range too for a while. So I think it's all about spacing. People have a short memory, so you just have to, like, if this is your goal, go on the attack or whatever, be controversial for a bit, and then cool off for like 3 weeks to a month. Everyone will have forgotten, and then you get to do it all over again. Anyway, that's my advice to would be, unless you can be controversial all the time, right, and put up with it, and then sometimes you can rise to 100,000 followers in like a year or something. Yeah, I the new Ryan Florence's perspective, I'm digging. I've been like, his tweets have been great for the last like few months since he came back. But also the last couple months, I've been just following all of his stuff. It's very informative. Yeah, I do follow Ryan. Yeah. Yeah, we had an interesting conversation after the fallout, and you could tell he was still upset about it. But like, I think leaving Twitter and coming back was like really good for him. Of course, like, people are maybe less entertained now than before, but it's not our position necessarily to play into that entertainment, right? So yeah. All good. Anyways, I think we're good. I think I have some pizza to eat today, so I'm good. Yeah. I know. I'm just going. Waiting for waiting for Solitude to be controversial. No, order of things, as you know. Solid start beta 2. Getting those early releases out, people can try in the next, hopefully, couple weeks. Like, you can see the pieces coming together. It's not going to be perfect, but it's going to be there. Biggest problem or challenge I'm facing with this is because of the approach, I have to update the libraries. So those libraries have impact on people currently using stuff. Like, if I update the router, I have to deal with the router stuff before I get back to solid start. But ultimately, what this means, as you can all imagine, is in the future, as stuff changes, I'll be just updating the router and not updating solid start. Solid start, I'm really trying to push the maintenance burden on everyone else. So I think we can succeed at this. Yeah, I don't know. I think the way that I get to be spicy has always been when we accomplish something that people didn't think was possible, like to change the narrative on what we're capable of. And often it's related to performance. Sometimes it's disproving things that you can only do in React or a virtual DOM or with a compiler. And I think that's when we'll be spicy next. But first, we got to do the work, right? I don't come to we don't come to the table unless we're already holding. So yeah. Anyways, I'm good. You guys have a great weekend. Next week should be doing native script. So until then.